Hello, 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 hello. So today we do be doing the special mark hunch indeed, because today is technically the only day that I can personally be hunting each. Today will be that indeed. And yeah, hopefully I would be able to get it, but first there is only one way to find out. And the cool thing is, because I would like to be getting it in kind of a matching Pokeball as well. The good thing is that I can always just be, be resetting until I can catch it in the Pokeball because I only have one of those Pokeballs. But anyways, there's also a few other things that needs to be done beforehand. I think I should be having enough, ingredients for the sandwiches, but I mean, it doesn't really hurt to be sure. Just to be safe in that I will be having enough. Actually, now that I look at it, I think I should be quite fine. But yeah, as I think I have a 13 at least of each, and that should definitely be enough. I have 11 picks, but I think that should be enough at the end of the day. It's definitely been a while since I've been playing these games. Don't always, be hitting to be the most inspiring game to be hunting on for myself. But the good thing is that the game is always there. It's not like it's gonna be disappearing. I was kind of curious that should we get a special thing on this Poke Center at all? Or do I need to go to like the main ones to trigger it? Thanks. Okay, cool to know. I guess I need to go to here then. Because it's not like an actual Poké Center that would be showing it. I don't think that this is necessary for the thing to be activated, but you know, just to be sure. I can never be too sure. It's one of the lamest ones of the series, but at least there is something though. I do be loving the thing on the screen though. It would be a lot nicer if it would actually be again like a building. But I mean, I will still say it is something. It do be a lovely looking thing. Unfortunately, I'm not gonna be seeing it too much because I'm not gonna be near a Poké Center at all. But yeah, I think the closest place that I will be going is in here. For the target in mind. Already talked about it, I would like to go for a Yangmo. Do be a pretty Pokemon. It's already Yangmos here. It's like the game knows what I want. And last time that I checked, Yangmo, you're pure dragon. Gonna double check. It's just dragon, you're not fighting. Yes. I'm fighting type. As you evolve. I'm gonna go up here and make a sandwich. It's gonna be only... It's only going to be... Encounter power 2, because I personally can't be bothered to be making a shiny boosting one. I'm fine without that. Because it's quite a good chance that I will be getting the mark anyways with the shiny. So I don't even have the feeling that I want to add that. 45. It's the encounter power 2 for dragons that I'm gonna be using. Yeah, I should be having enough materials for 11 of these. If not, then of course I will be going ahead and buy more. Also, I didn't remember to save before this one, but thankfully it doesn't matter too much. It's not the hardest recipe by all means. I think I remember making maybe a few of these when I was hunting for the Applin. You know, to be getting a Diblin. Definitely not the hardest. There is a lot harder ones. And just to be safe, I will just throw that over there. There we go. Nice little sandwich. I could have been getting more log balls, but then again, I can't be bothered with it. So you can get more of them? Oh, nice. Started raining. Can I already like save? If I remember how to save in this game. Yeah, pretty much what we're gonna be doing is to just, you know, run around. Run around in here. There's so many Yangmos, jeez. I mean, I know that it's the only dragon type in here, pretty much. You know, there should be a decent amount of them. But still, it's insane how many there are. But yeah, hopefully everyone's having a good day today. I'm having an okay day myself, indeed. Nothing too bad going on at all. nice day indeed. Thank you for the rain to be stopping. I love to see it. And we're gonna be looking today indeed for the the title is the chosen one, but the mark itself is the destiny mark, if I remember correctly. The mark that you technically can get only one day of the year if you're not gonna be changing the settings of the Switch. But yeah. I still will say one thing though, I love this game for one thing that it did make Yangmo to be easier to be hunting for. In other games before, it has been a pain to be hunting for it specifically. Because of the SOS battles in Alola did have the problem of, you know, it didn't really, you know, be calling for it. I talked about this before because I just love Yangmo and the whole line. Don't care what anyone else has to say about it. I love it. I understand that it might be a strange choice, but you know what? It is a cool one. I'm also very glad that they didn't decide to do it again, like a version exclusive thing as well. That would be very nice indeed. I love it for that. But yeah, we shall see though. We shall see indeed. As I said, I do be hoping at least to be finding one shiny. Even though if it wouldn't be having the mark, it would be very nice indeed. Would love that. Yeah. As usual, I will be saving in front of it more because of... there is of course the chance that it will be having the mark that I'm looking for, and as I said, I would love to be getting it in a love ball then. So, you know, I can just reset. Reset for it, you know. Anyways, Yangamo would have been a hunt that I would be doing at some point, even though I have already one in this game. It's not mine though, so you know, it's a little different. It's still a special one though. Nonetheless. It's still a special one nonetheless though. The story behind it is that I wanted a shiny Yangmo because I absolutely love that little fella. I love the whole line, as I said. But since, you know, in Sword and Shield it is kind of a version exclusive and it wasn't really in the game that I did have at the time. So, you know, my boyfriend then tried to find me one. Because unfortunately, still, even though it's available in the wild, the same problem is in Sword and Shield. Or in Sword specifically, in my opinion, as it is in the Alola games, that it's ridiculously low chance in the wild. Of course, I understand it, it's a pseudo-legendary and they are by definition rare, but at the same time, like, it is very unfortunate. Also, watch me find a shiny Nosepass during this that I have been trying to hunt in here. It would be funny. It would be funny like that, wouldn't it? I understand that, you know, pseudo-legendaries, they are supposed to be, you know, like, very much Pokemons that you fear and whatnot. At the same time, I would kind of wish that we would be having, like, another, like, more of a goofy, you know, pseudo-legendary, like Yumiline is. As I said, I completely understand it. And I mean, it could be, I guess, kind of being fixed by, you know, if we would be able to be getting the... if we would be able to be getting the thing. The thing, indeed. It would indeed. Oh boy. Oh, nice lag. Love to see it. Hey, if we would be getting another, like, pseudo-legendary that wouldn't be a dragon type, of course I understand it. But at the same time, it would be quite cool. Because I will say one thing. The one of the pseudo-legendaries that isn't a dragon type definitely could be a dragon type. And that is the Tyranitar. That definitely, in my mind, could have been, you know, definitely a dragon. Because it's not like dragons are specifically, you know, dragons. It's more of like, I guess, like a beast type, you know. It's not necessarily just dragons, you know. It's not necessarily just dragons. But yeah, if we do be getting the Yangmo, I have a few other targets in mind. The targets that I was thinking of doing first before, like, it was known to me that we would be having Yangmo back. Or Yangmo in the DLC, you know. Because I was thinking this before the DLC did really, like, be sure, like, what Pokemons are in which part, you know. And also, like, I wasn't paying too close attention to that anyways. I wasn't that into it, you know. But you know what? I do be happy. I will say, though, that I like that they have made up pseudo-legendaries like that they could be making sense in pretty much anywhere. So they definitely could have been making it the opposite, you know? They could have, they could have. They very much could have made that. I love that you were starting to fade away. That's why I didn't encounter you. I don't know why, but I need to always be double checking on lullabies. I mean, I can always do this as well. Oh, Lullaby, how I would wish that it would actually be having a better shiny. Because I don't mind it as a Pokemon. I know that it's not everyone's favorite. Definitely, it's one of those kind of universally disliked Pokemons. I mean, I get it because, you know, the counterpart is, you know, Braviary, but still, it's an okay Pokemon to me. I also completely understand, like, at first, if you didn't like both of them, or neither of them, I guess. Because they were just so annoying to try and get to be evolving. As I said before, you get them so late, but also at the same time not late enough. So, you know, it's not the easiest thing to be evolving. Because they don't have the best of stats. If you ask me, they definitely don't. Most definitely don't have the nicest of things indeed. But yeah, funny things indeed. Imagine if they one day will be making 2 different pseudo-legendaries. I honestly, I don't know, I wouldn't necessarily mind, because the way that I think about it, that we really haven't gotten, like, too many, like, rare versus exclusive Pokemons that, you know, they are, like, the counterparts are rare on in the game, both games, like not just be one is rare in the other and the other one is way more common in the other one, you know. It's an interesting game. Anyways. But yeah. It doesn't necessarily need to be like pseudo-legendary thing as well. Just, you know, both games having like a version exclusive that is rare to be found. But then again, they have kind of been not like fully got away from the version exclusive thing. Huh? Sure. But they have definitely like be going a lot less on them, you know. You know, there definitely used to be a lot more version exclusives. I still will say that even though I don't like the trading being a necessary thing, I don't mind if there's like few Pokemons to be traded. It just sometimes makes you, you know, be very annoyed to be hunting, or not to be hunting, to be like building up a team, and then it's like, oh hey, I haven't used this Pokemon ever, I would love to use it, and then you're like, oh yeah, I have the wrong version. And then you're like, yeah, lovely. Thankfully it's not like that bad, but it's still a little unfortunate though. It do be. It do be a little unfortunate though. I don't want to go here. There isn't too many Yangmos here though. Sad. Thankfully they do indeed be the only dragon in here, so it's the case that they are quite common in here. Also, I swear, if I do be getting another Geodude in here, it's still the only two faces that. Even though I don't really hunt for them that much, but still the only two faces that I've been able to get for the no spaz hunt have been Geodudes. It's not a bad shiny at all, but at the same time, it's not really what I'm looking for either. I guess I will say one thing. Geodude do be one of those shinies that I have a decent amount of them already. Definitely not thanks to Legends Arceus or anything like that. No. I was thinking like maybe like this rock area would be better for each. Thanks, game. I wanted more time to be looking at those birds. Like, actually. Yeah, what if I try to, like, stay in a little more of, like, this stone area? Like, not that much grass. They seem to be spawning a little bit better there. But at the same time, as I said, though, there is a decent amount of them anyways. So it's not that big of a deal at the end of the day. How long is it? Like, still 12 more minutes? Oh. Hello. Where are you running, Lullaby? You're all normal, but I'm not taking any chances still with you. I don't think that I remember seeing that many spoinks in here. There's a decent amount of them, though. Mighty Dash is shiny. It's quite a nice one, honestly. It's nothing like too special, but it's still like a very nice looking one. There's something about it, don't know what. Don't know what it is, but there's something about the shiny that, you know, feels very nice. It's not like Grumbig's is bad or anything, I just like the spoings more. It's not a bad shiny by any means, it's just like, eh. Nothing here. How is the spawns in here? I like the spawning a lot in here in the east side, I've noticed. But I haven't been in too many of these. I will still say one thing though. I would wish that in the second part of the DLC that is coming in like 2 weeks, that we will be getting like a nice like side quest thing that, you know, it would be worth it. Is I think two that I personally count as like side quests in this part of the DLC, which are those dudes, and then Nimona's parents. But they don't really do anything. They really don't. Like, the only thing that you really get from is money. At least from the Mona's parents. I honestly will be forgetting what you get from the orc dudes anyways. But yeah. I mean, I guess if you want to rebuild the Loyal Tree statue thing, then good for that, I guess. But apart from that, you don't really do anything with those, which is unfortunate. I mean, was there really in the main game anyways, like, 2 special things for side quests? Not really. But I will say one thing, I will always wish that in games in general that if there's gonna be like a DLC for the game, that the DLC would be more concentrated on side quests. Like, of course, it's fine that there is a main quest, but I would like to get, you know, extension of each. But hey, do be what it do be. Will I be doing in Pokemon games that much? Most likely not. But, you know, they are there. The unfortunate part is that because I haven't really been thinking about it too much lately. I kind of mixed up which way is Tandemaus is shiny. It's been a while. And honestly, it could be either way. It could be honestly either way, and it would be looking like kind of normal, you know? Because it doesn't change. Which is a shame. Would be a shame. Hello there. It's always kind of fun to see when people are struggling to encounter Wigglage. Because I know it's a pain sometimes when you try to encounter it. Because, you know, it likes to be hiding. It's kind of its whole thing. It likes to be hiding, but it's like, why? It's so bad. I guess I could be KOing those as well, I don't really care. It's not like it's gonna be increasing the shiny chance if I would be KOing them. The only way that it would be doing that would be if they would be in an outbreak. Oh, come on. No outbreaks. I'm honestly quite glad, because if I would be like to get in any outbreak, it would have been Yangmo's. At the same time, they do be spawning a decent amount, so like, why bother with them, you know? Also, I wonder how many marks have already been like seen, but since, you know, I don't capture every single Pokemon that I see. Because it's a 1 in 25, so it's like quite likely that there has been, you know, at least a few already. If I'm not incorrect, okay, if I'm correct, I think the Destiny mark is the It's the most common mark. Because most of them are either 1 in 5, not 1 in 500, 1 in 50 or 1 in 100. Yeah, but there isn't honestly too many marks. There is the personality marks, which are 1 in 100. There's the weather-based ones plus uncommon mark that are in 1 in 50. There's the rare mark, 1 in 1000. Then there is the destiny mark slash the birthday mark. That is 1 in 25. I don't think that there is any more common than that, but the reason why the destiny mark is like more common is because, you know, it's only 1 day a year technically. Surely could you just be switching your day? Yes. But who bothers with that? What the hell are you doing? Oh. Of course, I'm not like counting the sandwich boosts because I'm not using sandwiches anyways. Oh, nice. In which game? Nice. Are you gonna be using it as the full swiper? Yeah, understandable. I personally can't be bothered with with full swipe. That's my thing, I can't be bothered with it. I will say though that maybe when I will be hunting legendaries, that will be a time that I will be using them. But apart from that, I don't think that I will be bothered with them too much. Not really a thing that I'm that interested in. Nice. Love the levels. It would be very funny to be getting the rare mark. Because I think I have gotten a package. The package mark, I get the lunchtime one. And then there was the humble as well, which I don't remember what is the actual mark called for that. I'm gonna do that. Then it's time to set up another picnic. I have, like, funnily enough, I have otherwise the only marks that I think I have in Sword and Shield is the uncommon mark. Like, not even the lunchtime one, which is like not that hard to be getting. I mean, it is kind of because you need to be playing at a specific time of day, but like apart from that, I don't think that it's like necessarily that narrow a time when you do be getting the lunchtime mark anyways. Of course it is a little bit, but like not that much. Are you gonna be getting the cider for Claymore in Scarlet and Violet, or will you be going for eating in Legends Arceus? Hello there. I'm doing quite fine, thanks for asking. How are you? Jay. It's good to hear. Yeah, I know that you have to. You have to evolve it in Legends Arceus, but yeah. It's nice that you can transfer them back and forth, though. Very nice feature. I hope that they will be continuing with it. Are you gonna be hunting the ciders now, or are you gonna be hunting them later? Yeah, taking a little break from shiny hunting. I like the cider line. I know that there is a lot of mixed feelings about it with people. People don't like shiny scissor because the green doesn't suit it or whatever. And I'm like, I don't know, it looks cool. Could it be looking cool in other colors? Surely, but at the same time I don't mind the color that it does have. Yeah. I very much, I will say, one thing that I absolutely love Cleaver Shiny. I think it's like overall my favorite. Of course, you can't deny that Scizor doesn't look cool in this game because metal texture. But yeah. That cry. Ugh. You. Jeez. Yeah. I like it better just because I like the green on it a lot more. Like it kind of looks like moss because it's rock type. But overall, like, I don't mind Scizor shiny. It's not bad. Like, I don't hate it as, like, some people do, because they just don't like green shinies, mostly. And as I said, I'm not gonna be saying that wouldn't be looking better at the other colors. But at the same time, I don't mind it. Honestly, I will say one thing that I absolutely don't understand half of the time. The hatred for green shinies in general. Like, they just hate green shinies because they're green. Yeah, the metallic looks so good. Yeah, it would probably be looking better with blue. Blue is quite a usual one that people like to turn it into. The only problem I personally have it with that is that usually blue turns to red and red turns to blue, so it's kind of boring in that, you know. It's kind of boring with that, you know. I wonder, like, what would be the next, like, cool texture thing that they are gonna be doing for Pokemon. Anyways. Yeah, they have very nice green shinies. Like, that is also like a universal, like, opinion, pretty much. I don't know why, but if they wouldn't be green, I think then probably the next one on the line, weirdly enough, would have been pink. For the Dino line. I don't know why, but could have been definitely like the next one that could have been it, but I'm glad that they are green though. You're looking very nice. As I will say one thing, I absolutely hate shiny Hitmonlee. The green on it looks sick. Like it literally looks like it's sick. You know, the very cartoony screen is sick. Like, that is one of the, like, the first ones that comes to my mind that green shiny that I don't like. Ghastly. It would be one of the targets if I would be finding the Yangmo. The problem with this is that it needs to kind of be nighttime. Not the nicest thing to try and do in this game. It's not that bad, but it's not that nice at the same time. And I will say I can't be bothered with it. Oh nice, the rain stopped and started. Let's go! It's what you love to see. Even though for me it would be more fitting if it would be snowing, but you know, not in this area. We still need a region that would be mostly snow though. Yeah, that would be very cool. To be having those kinds of textures. I mean, it's a lot nicer that they have kind of been switching for the dudes to be like having the like at least it like before Scarlet and Violet. I don't remember is it in these games. But you know, before, or at least in like Sword and Shield, you can like see that it's burning or it's frozen. Like, not like constant, like not all the time, but like you can kind of see that it has some sort of effect. I don't remember if it's the case in this game. But that is like a nice thing that I personally like quite a bit. I was about to say that's a weird Pokemon, but it was a Geodude and a Spoig. But yeah, I will say that that could definitely be kind of thing that they could be having though. Also, could this rain like actually stop? I think it has like turned from the thunderstorm to regular rain, and now it's back to thunderstorm. I don't mind it, but if you say that you're gonna be gone, be gone. It's a tiny nose pass. Very small nose pass. But yeah, if they are gonna be bringing back like the Pokemon caring thing, like Pokemon Refresh from Alola, for example, I think then we could be having what is it? Then we could be having like burn marks and whatever things. Because they were available in those games, like when you indeed were in the refresh like minigame thing. But they weren't like actually visible on the Pokemon in battle. That would be a cool thing to have though, I'm not gonna lie. But then again, you never know. Also, I'm kind of wondering what like not a noticeable fix will they be fixing in the second part of the DLC? Because fun fact, the item finder thing for a mark, it was supposed to be in the games, but for whatever reason it wasn't before the teal mask was a thing. I mean, the only mark that I guess that they could kind of fix is the one that you get from like random trading. Yeah. And there was supposed to be item finder like mark in the base game, or at least that is what it seeming to be the case. At least that is the way that it has been talked about. But it's only available after the teal mask has been released. It's not like it's too hard to get anyways, just, you know, have Pokemon out collecting items. It's that easy. I don't know the chances of it to be happening, but it's not that hard, honestly. I've got any choo-choo Pokemon myself and it's not that hard. But I will say one thing that if it wouldn't be a thing, I would personally be picking the items. Because it's kind of slow with the Pokemons, if you ask me. It's a cool feature, but it's not working the best. It's definitely not working the best, but you know, it's a cool thing nonetheless. But yeah, I will say one thing though, if they will ever be adding, like, you to be actually be able to get the mark from surprise trading, it's going to be hard for the people that wants to be getting every mark on shinies. Because, like, it's only in surprise trading, first of all, so, like, how do you know that it's a legitimate? Both the shiny and the mark. It's a cool idea, but at the same time, it's like how? I mean, it could be one of those things that, you know, it is in the game, but they have intentionally, like, made it not to be available. Because they like to do that. And, you know, that would be a very known thing that, you know, that Pokemon isn't legitimate. I guess that would be, like, definitely a thing that they could be doing. I wouldn't really go ahead and let it pass them, you know? But yes, as I said, it's a quite a cool thing though, but like, indeed, if you want to get shiny with it, like, shinies with every mark, you know, it's gonna be quite hard. Because as I said, how you are gonna be getting the mark, and also how do you know that it's a legitimate if you care about that? I think it would be cooler not to be getting it from, like, surprise trading, but not straight away from, like, regular trading as well. But what if there would be... What if there would be, like, a special kind of trade thing that you could do, like, once a day? With, like, let's say, like, just, like, with Nintendo, for example, or something else. And it would be literally back and forth trading. And then it would be having the chance to be having the mark, but it would be, you know, only once a day thing. That could be, like, a cool way to implement it. Because if it would be just, you know, from regular trading, it would be way too easy to be getting it. And if it's true, like surprise trading, random trading, whatever thing, it's quite hard to be getting it for like a shiny Pokemon. It could even be like that you can get like only one roll for Pokemon, you know? Like, it would be once a day thing, but it would be only like as available thing for that Pokemon once. Kind of like, you know, the rare evolutions, they are determined. Does it get it or not? Would be having the rare evolution or not? Also, I will say one thing. Imagine if someone is, you know, crazy enough to be hunting for either 3-segmented Dunsparce or 3-family Mousehold with the Destiny mark. I mean, with like, you know, like every single boost that you can get, it's gonna take a while. And of course, like, obvious for me, but you would be only doing it on your birthday as well. Could be interesting. Interesting. Because I will say, even though like some marks, of course, they are like not that rare to be getting, it's still cooler to be having a shiny with a mark than without. What about the Destiny mark? Yeah, it's only your birthday mark. Only on your birthday mark. It's special in that, of course, like, it's Switch, you can, you know, be switching your day, but... it is still, even with that, it's kind of a special thing, though. And I don't think that too many people honestly have done it like that. I mean, certainly someone has, but like, not that many. But I will say that it's a quite a nice feature, though, because I will still say that this game's the birthday thing from Poke Center. It's not the greatest. It's not bad, it's still better than nothing, but it's kind of boring. I mean, at least the thing is going on the whole day, if I'm remembering correctly, but at the same time for that you would need to be, you know, close to Poke Center. Be able to see it. And you can't even, like, trigger it in Kitakami anyways. Because there isn't that kind of a Poke Center in Kitakami. Which is a shame. I understand it, but still, you know. My shadows, I love them. I love when shadows appear out of nowhere. It's still crazy to think about for me that this game is only a year old. Like, it's only a year old at this point. It's insane. And of course, like, a few years from now, and I'm like, oh yeah, this game is like 5 years old. I don't know, it's for me like that when games are only 1 year old, it's like, seems like they should be older, but then, you know, when they get older, they just feel like, no, it can't be that long. Can't be that long already. Yeah. That doesn't, like, necessarily hit me that much because, like, I didn't play Pokemon at that point. But yeah, it is crazy to think about. It is. Yeah. Do we like that indeed? I guess weirdly enough, like, probably the Pokemon games, even though I didn't play them, that, like, once they were, like, released. All the Pokemon games that would be doing that for most for me, that, oh god, it has been so long, would be the Ultra Sun and Moon. As I said, I haven't really played them. I didn't play them when they, you know, were a new thing. I did play them like years after, but it's just like, huh? But I guess you don't really think about how old, like, some games are. If there's like, if there is the thing that they always will be having games after a set amount of years has passed, like 3 years or so, like, you don't really think about it, that they are old. You just think that, hey, it's a new game, cool. I thought that Sudowoodo was a person, and I'm like, but there isn't normally a person there, what do you mean? uh... Also, it could be just me, and I don't like to be, you know, the center of attention. But I don't get why some people... I don't get why some people are so upset if they don't get a lot of attention when it's their birthday. I just don't get it. Like, I'm fine with it if, like, people will be remembering, but yeah. Because I remember that I think there was in school a thing from, like, grades 1 to 6 was a thing that when it was your birthday you were supposed to be bringing something to the school to give everyone. Which I think is a little weird. But anyways. Do be what it do be, you know. nowadays when it's my birthday. As I said, I'm completely happy if anyone remembers it. You know, and then if not, then it is fine by me. The big celebration that we did do yesterday for each was that we did go ahead and eat some cake with like my boyfriend's family. That's my big celebrations. My very big celebrations, because I just can't be bothered with it. It was a fun thing though, because like my boyfriend's brother's fiance, they're getting married next year. But she has like problem with weed specifically. And you know, we did get a notice that they are coming as well. Like 9 p.m. And then we rush to the store and quickly do everything that causes a lot of noise for the cake. Was there so many like projects that did have like this might contain weed? It's like it's annoying sometimes. Also, can't find my sandwich. There it is. But yeah, everything did go well though. Nothing too bad at all. Like, of course we would have made it straight away to be like without any weed, but of course we didn't know beforehand. So you know, Monday night was pretty interesting. It was a problem for whatever reason. They were very like wet cakes. I don't know what happened there, but thankfully it didn't really matter at all. Also, can't there be a big notice when your sandwich or like whatever meal power has been running out? I think there needs to be. Also, I forgot to save again beforehand. Even though it doesn't do anything, I like to save still. But yeah, I might have used all my luck on Monday though. Monday was quite a crazy day for shinies. Get so many faces on the Alpha Gudra that day. All 6. All of them were like random ones, not even from massive mass or mass outbreaks. It's the craziest part about Age. Most of them do be, though, having 1 extra roll. Because of research level 10. But still, very interesting. Was happy about any amount of progress. Do be indeed. I understand that the Switch, by the way, doesn't get your birthday from like an account or anything like that. But at the same time, I would kind of wish that it would, because it's kind of annoying to be putting the birthday for every game that has something to do with it. It's not like it's too hard. I was wondering what happened to this guy. Another thunderstorm! What's going on? Yeah, because it's not too hard to be putting the dates in for your, for your birthday. But since there is some places that use different like, does day come first or the month thing, it's always like a little bit of worry, like, which one do you use? I love those games though that like automatically based on where you live will be putting in quotes the correct one for you. I love those games. Thankfully there's always like a confirmation screen though, and of course like if you try to boot, at least in my case, because there isn't really 29 months. It's easy for me to be knowing which one is which, because I can be putting 29 months. But yeah, that is like one of those things that I would wish that would be universally the same. The way the days are like marked. It's so annoying that they are not the same everywhere. I don't mind like units being different from place to place, that is fine, but like dates, they are so annoying that you need to sometimes be thinking like, when is actually things happening. And another thing about days that is also dates is annoying as a programmer is that other places uses different things to be like separating, days, months, and years. I hate it with a burning passion. You need to remember, do they use dots or those things? Do they use like dashes or whatever things? What do they use? And then like only some like databases, or some databases only like accept like one kind of dating, and then you need to remember like what is the case for this one. And then you spend more time on that than actually doing anything else. You do be doing that. Also, one thing that was like I was starting to think like this morning is that the things that you buy from grocery stores that have like price depending on the wage. Because I know that some of them are like straight away in the barcode, like it's the correct price. But for some of them you need to like manually put the numbers in. I just wonder why can it be, every single barcode would be the same. Or like matching the price, Because we did buy like a fancier meat for tonight. Just because, why not? We wouldn't probably do it otherwise, but you know, I did get some money yesterday, so why not you spend it straight away, everything? Like, why not? You know, enjoy each. Why not, you know? The unfortunate part is that most of the things that we would like to buy, they are a little too big for two people, and not everything really survives like a day or two. Like after they are done, and like most of the things you need to do like the whole thing as one as well, which is unfortunate. Because then you're like, oh, I need to be throwing this amount of food away. That's annoying. And probably the weirdest thing was because, like, of course, like yesterday we did have the opportunity to be like thinking to be having something special, you know. But weirdly enough, it was like one of those days that we didn't have like really anything in mind. Like, you know, usually like you might be carving for like something special that you don't usually get, but that date was like nothing. It was like weird in that, that usually there is something. Yeah, those things are nice, if they are still a thing that you enjoy. Yangmo, are you okay? Yeah. Did you still like it? Or did you test it out even? Because I hate like the things that you know you liked as a kid and you try it again and you're like, how could I have liked this? Yeah, hopefully it's as good as you remember, you know. If you ask me, it's more likely that you're not gonna be enjoying it as much. You might still enjoy it, but not as much as you know, used to. Because I remember that there was like... I wasn't that young even, but there was like... a certain kind of like... kind of a mix between like... a waffle and a chocolate bar. That we, like as a family, used to really like. But I had it like a few years ago and I was like, this is disgusting. Like, either they have changed the recipe, but then again it hasn't been like even 10 years. But yeah, it was like, you. Didn't like it at all. But I love when it happens the other way around. The ones you used to like as a kid and still like. That's why I tend to nowadays be a little bit more careful, like... Even if there's something that I really liked as a kid, I want to be buying a small as possible portion, just in case if I don't like it anymore. And I remember there's a bunch of things that I was told as a kid that, you know, when you grow up, you're gonna be enjoying these, which honestly I don't get half of the time. I mean, I will say that one of those things that was said to me by my parents was a liver. I haven't been eating liver since I have been living with my parents. And I don't think that I'm really planning to, because I think it's not that bad if you can make it to be good. It's like one of those things that you actually need to be good at making it, you know? One thing I will say that I would absolutely love to have again someday, because we have like relatively cheap like lamps or something like that. I don't remember what they are actually called in English, that we can buy from grocery stores. I remember that they were so bad when I was a kid, but again, I think it was the thing that they weren't made right. I think that was the problem. They just weren't made right, so that's why I didn't like them. The main thing that I do remember about them is that if they don't open, don't eat them. You know, one of those things that really stuck to your brain for whatever reason. But yeah. Because if I, like, now know correctly, you're supposed to be having... Like, you're supposed to be boiling them in, like, specific things and also be having some sort of a sauce or whatever with each. But, like, if I remember correctly, that we just did eat them as they were, and, you know, they aren't apparently supposed to be eaten like that. Yeah, that's a strange one, but yeah. But yeah, do be what it do be. I will say that even though, like, with like fries is a question, like, I don't mind the very thin ones that, you know, you get from fast food restaurants. I just don't want to eat them if I'm at home. I don't want to eat them. Because I rather have like nice chick like from actual potato fries. Myself. I don't have donuts too often, but I personally would prefer it would be filled with something. I don't think that, since there isn't too many places that like sell fresh donuts, I don't think that I have ever seen in here a place where it wouldn't be filled with something. But I just always hate that it's only on one spot though. Why can't it be everywhere? I know the technique that they use, it can't really be getting everywhere, but at the same time it's just annoying because I try to eat it then like the way that in the last bite I can be having all the filling. will say one thing that every single time that I think of donuts is the one time that I did have very bad stomach, like literally straight after. Like I wasn't even done eating them. I did have a bad feeling on my stomach. It is one of those situations where I know that the problem was that I'm pretty sure that those are lactose free, but at the same time I think it was something with like a chocolate that was the problem. But yeah, never have I ever had those then again. For a surprising reason. I don't know, I think it's like the brand for me anyways, that my stomach for whatever reason just can't handle the brand at all. Which is strange, because I haven't talked about it before. I have indeed the problem with lactose. But it doesn't come out all the time. Like sometimes I'm fine with eating something that has lactose in it, and sometimes I'll just be at the bathroom for the rest of the day. But yeah. It's like some brands that for whatever reason just do it for me. They could be just having like something else, you know, in there that isn't necessarily the milk that is the problem, there's something else. Nice. We haven't really lived on places that we have like stores that close by most of the time. It was usually only a small store. Didn't really have anything special. For example, there's one cheese brand that for whatever reason there's something on it that my stomach can't handle. And as I said, I don't usually eat cheese that is specifically said that it's lactose free because I don't care. Or my stomach doesn't care, even though technically it's not my stomach, but anyways. Yeah, it is weird like that sometimes, isn't it? Stomach is one of those things that unfortunately it's not really easy to tell what's wrong and how to fix things. Just very unfortunate if you ask me. I can't believe that it has been almost 1.5 hours and I haven't gotten anything. I don't count, of course, but I would like to say that I should be at the odds by this point. Because if I remember correctly, did take around like this time to be getting to the odds when I was doing the badge quest. One of the only times that I've been really counting in this game, because it just takes a long time to be counting in this game. This game is interesting. Oh god, hello. You didn't need to KO it. Thanks. I still would kind of wish though that there would be a feature in this game that if you press the recall button for the Pokemon quick enough, it's not gonna be KOing anything. Always spamming it as soon as I can. But no, it still wants to be mean. Mariachi, are you up to anything today? Just gonna be chilling. Nice. Honestly, I will say one thing. They are very nice days. Even though I still will say, even though I do be streaming usually around like 4 to 5 hours when I do be streaming, it's still nice to be having off days, even though usually on off days I will be doing something else like cleaning. You know, very chill day. But then again, it doesn't really bother me. Still, it's surprising how tiring speaking is. I mean, my brain is still being quite active because, you know, trying to look for everything on the screen and things are changing. Some things that you didn't really think about. Playing games that they do tend to be quite tiring. Even though you don't necessarily do anything. Lullaby. Why? I wonder what the next Pokemon will be that has been like a version exclusive thing from the beginning, in quotes. And switches not to be a version exclusive thing anymore. Because the latest one in my mind is the Braviary Mandibus thing. Because I will say not every Pokemon needs to be in every game a version exclusive thing. Oh my god. The dude that requires running in order to evolve can't even keep up with you. Jeez. Few minutes left on this sandwich. And I think I will be having a nice stretching break. I don't know why, but Scarlet and Violet are one of those games that when I'm shiny hunting in them, I'm staying quite still. Could it be because there really isn't, like, you know, downtime? Have I just every time be getting lucky that there's a Sandslash there, or should there be a Sandslash there? Because every single time there has been a Sandslash there. Oh. Mean. Oh my god, I hate this system sometimes. Love to see it. Oh yeah. I might be getting a phone call today from my grandma. She usually either, you know, calls me on my birthday or somewhere around there. I don't know if she is gonna be sending this year any sort of card, because that is usually what she's gonna be calling about. And you know, as it arrived. But yeah. Because this month I haven't called her because I'm just like waiting, does she call me for my birthday? I don't want to be wasting her energy on talking on the phone, you know? Oh, it's still going up. Yeah, I don't really want to waste her energy with that. I know that she appreciates when you call and everything, but the reality is that it's a little too much for her sometimes. That's why during Christmas I try to call her. And not on the days that she's most likely gonna be getting a lot of calls. Slash being having dinner with one of her kids. But yeah, I will indeed be having a little break. Go ahead and stretch and such. You're doing zoomies, I see. And now that almost everyone is asleep, perfect time to be making a sandwich. Yeah. Nice little stretching break for legs. Did also get a snack bar just in case I want to be eating it. Nice. I like my ingredients loaded in before the plates. So they were floating for a moment. That's what you love to see. Also, I have one question about that picture. How would you actually be able to do the sandwich according to that picture? Also, I forgot to save. Let's go. Also nice. Very strong avocado there, buddy. Yeah, how are you able to be making that? Because, like, from your point of view, you're never gonna be seeing it be... You're never gonna be able to see it like that. It's interesting. Also, why isn't it gone in this picture? You already did eat it, you know. You already did eat it. What do you mean by that? Already be eating the sandwich. New one just appears out of nowhere. You know, the usual. Things appearing out of nowhere. Everyone loves it. And I do be hoping, though, the best of luck to anyone else that do be hunting. Hopefully you will be able to find whatever you're looking for indeed. I would very much hope that as I said, I probably will be keeping saying it, that I will be happy to find a shiny today. It is kind of my goal to be finding at least one shiny on my birthday. But since there is a possibility for a special mark because it's my birthday, definitely gonna be trying each. I'm not completely sure. I kind of started to be going for... What is it? What's the Pokemon's name? Castly on my birthdays, but I think I might be just trying to get this done first, you know. It's like a little bit more special, you know. I could be going, as I said, I could be going for Ghastly as well, but the problem with it is that it needs to be nighttime. It needs to be nighttime. It's a problem. I will still say that I absolutely love that the day and night has different Pokemons. But I would wish that they would be more consistent on how they are making it to be a thing, you know. I would wish that indeed. It's just something in... No. I thought there was like something, like a Pokemon in that rock, but no, it was just an item there. I mean, it would be definitely the first time that there would be something like a Pokemon stuck inside a rock. Most definitely wouldn't be And I will say that much, that it's probably not going to be the last one either. As I have a feeling that that may or may not be happening at some point. That's even though how unfortunate it is in games sometimes when you know there is a... Yeah. It's more Pecos. It's a Violet exclusive. You mean a shiny one? It would be upsetting, but at the same time I already have one, so I'm not gonna be that upset. Yeah... Morpeko is, I will say, Morpeko is one of those Pokemons that is like... Considering it's like... like there's an exclusive counterpart thing. Morpeko is definitely in fewer places. If you ask me, because the counterpart technically is Cramorant. Don't ask why, but it is. Deal with it. They're both Gen 8 Pokemon, I guess. That's the reasoning. But like, Cramorant is quite in a good places when there is water. Better place for Morpeko definitely is in the path for the, you know, the mountain where the Orc Slayer is and such. Yeah, they both are quite gimmicky Pokemons, and they both are like one stage evolution line from Gen 8. So that could be, you know, another reasoning for that. Because I would like to say that, you know, Apom and Gligar are gonna be the counterparts. Because they are the other two that are an exclusive in the DLC so far. Also, oh boy, how I'm looking forward to seeing so many more clickbait titles about here is new stuff from the second part of the TLC. Because they are already on and I'm getting tired of them. It's not like I'm frustrated because I want to look at them. It's just frustrating because like I can already see on the title that like half of the things in this video they're gonna be wrong. I also love how big of a deal it was when like someone made a video about the new Pokemons in quotes in the DLC. Oh boy, there was so many after it. Oh god, the amount. Here is every single new Pokemon. It's not like we don't already know half of them anyways. Because there's not gonna be honestly that many new Pokemons added to the DLC. It wasn't the case in Sword and Shield. It wasn't the deal in the first part of the DLC. And so like, there is not going to be that many that are like, not known. Hunting is going quite well for me and I'm doing quite fine, thanks for asking. Good luck with you and your Good luck with your thing, Rowledge. Are you doing Masuda for each? You look odd. I always do. I don't know about what do you mean by fast releasing in Shield? I know the one that you can through home. But that's my knowledge about it. Fast releasing in most of the Pokemon games. That's quite lucky, even if it wouldn't be Masuda. I hate Masuda sometimes though. It is so many times out of the gen that it is that you're gonna be unlucky with it. At least for me. There is like few like hunting methods that I think the games they just don't want me to be doing them. They are full odds when it's 1 in 4K hunts and Masuda. Oh, nice. I mean, starters most of the time are like quite popular options for the first Masuda hunt. It's either because the cutscenes are so long, or they are literally the only way to be getting them is through eggs. And most people prefer to be doing the Masuda for them. There we go. Only someone on the door. Probably a package. It is the package. Let's go. Yeah, that's the other reason, because the reset hunts, they are sometimes so lengthy. Yeah. And most people are not willing to do another, like, soft reset hunt for a starter that they already did get, you know, with soft resets. Yeah. Uh, yeah. My boyfriend got a new controller for Xbox, the newest one, of course. As the old one is like 2 years old, or even if not 3. And you know, it broke. He ordered like a custom one, and he ordered brown, and it's like one of the brightest oranges that you can ever imagine. Oh, I sometimes hate how things look in websites versus in real life. Of course, it doesn't really bother him, but it's still like, what do you order versus what do you get? But yeah, raised hunts, they are not the nicest. I understand if you want to do Masuda or eggs. Other than that, still probably the only like that I hear like people doing like multiple different starter hunts with resets is hard gold, soul silver, which is of course understandable. Like, why wouldn't you be doing that? Also, is the Rowlet part of the team then that you did mention before that you want to do full odds teams to beat the game? Yeah, I thought so. Yeah, good luck with that indeed. Masuda can sometimes be such a pain, as I said. I don't remember exactly how long my longest Masuda hunt has been. But it was like several proxies for sure. Then I do a full odds eggs and get it relatively quickly. Because I think the Sprigatito like was around like, it wasn't even like 2k, it was like closer to 1500. So like not too bad at all. Yeah, that's completely understandable. The Situa is like quite popular to be using as a false swiper. I get it because you know it's like quite good, especially in the quite good, especially in the Lola, because you know false swipe you get it so ridiculously early in a Lola, so like easy to be teaching it. Yeah, understandable. I will still say though that's kind of weird to me that you get a full swipe so early in Alola. I understand because of SOS battles, but it's still like ridiculously early. That you get it actually. They are doing it in Shield, so no SOS. Yeah. But the good thing is, though, that if you're playing the Ultra games, they are only gonna be calling one Pokemon successfully. Because I remember that people were complaining in Sun and Moon that they were always be calling for help. I like the change that they did in Ultra games, so you're not like stuck in a loop. If you don't have a status thing and you just want to, you know, KO Pokemons for EXP. I mean, honestly, I don't blame you, because if someone is just talking about a starter, I'm always also like kind of assuming that they are talking about a game that it's a starter in. Understandable if you ask me in that. And there was also talk about Ultra Sun anyways. Do you remember how long it did take to do the reset for the Rowledge? Like, not in like individual, but like overall. As I know that there has been some people that have been like literally hunting it for years. Yeah, I know it's about 1 to 2 minutes, but oh, that's not that bad. I'm assuming like kind of on and off hunting though, not like full month. Yeah, that's not too bad though at all. I think still there has been few like starter hunts that I have done, but they are usually more on the lengthy side, at least the more annoying ones. Yeah, do you have a flame body Pokemon though? Or do you mean that you're surprised for the amount of eggs that you get? Yeah, flame body does increase the speed, of course. And starters, they are relatively fast eggs anyways. But yeah, if you like are surprised about the amount of eggs that you get, it could be that they are like the two Pokemon like really like each other. I guess that, you know, increases the chances. Increases the chances of eggs by quite a bit. But yeah, it is sometimes surprising how quickly eggs are made in there. Nice. So you are quite close to odds then. Not gonna be taking you too long to be hitting the odds. I hope that you will be getting it soon-ish. Yeah, that's not too bad at all. That's so much faster that you can do them in Scarlet and Violet. Because you need to first wait 30 minutes at least to be getting anything. Uh... But yeah, do be what it do be though. I kind of hope that the next game will be having, instead of eggs, like the way that they are in this game, that they will be just, you know, daycare somewhere instead. Yeah, it would be nice. This is unfortunately one of those hunts that is gonna be only 1 day thing, so I'm kind of trying to get as much as possible. Yeah. It's not like I can't be getting the Pokemon every day, but the mark is only on birthdays. So I can't really be getting it in another day without me feeling bad for switching the day. As I said, nothing wrong with if you do that, I just personally don't want to do it. It just feels wrong. And it also doesn't feel as special. I mean, I might have done that if I wouldn't have been able to stream today, but apart from that, I'm quite good. I'm just gonna be getting lucky and getting it on the first one, you know, then I don't need to worry about it. Even though I will be hunting in this game the whole day today. I would like to say that tomorrow I will most likely be going back to hunting Farfetch'd at least. Might be doing Sinisty as well. Not completely sure. Also, since you're doing the thing with getting like a shiny team for each playthrough that you do, are you using them to like complete the living decks as well? Nice. If there is the thing that you have already gotten the fully evolved one, will you then use not a fully evolved one instead? Yeah, I think honestly that even though people don't say it, and if they hunt a lot, it's gonna be like everyone is kind of going for that. Like, for example, me, I'm not saying that I definitely go for it, but it's gonna be the end goal at some point. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. I will say though that I think I have talked about it before, but I like forever projects, you know. They're nice. That's why I don't mind go doing full odds personally, because I don't mind it taking like years. That's still a good amount though. And of course, like, there is years that you're luckier than others, of course. That is just bound to happen. Oh, I love there. Yeah. I don't mind doing full odds, but also I don't mind doing shiny charm ones, because I will say that I think it was a smart decision to be getting the charm for authentic Sinisty. I don't know why, but you know, it might be taking a while anyways. Yeah, thankfully it's not that hard to be getting in Pokemon games nowadays. Most of the time you can just skip the evolution thing and just capture, you know, the Pokemons if you don't want to be evolving things. Just very nice. Ultra Sun it can be. I think Ultra Sun is a little bit more challenging than. Is this SOS things? Do you have Ultra Moon yourself? Because soon it's gonna be quite impossible to be trading. Nice. Oh, it's gonna be quite hard to be getting Charm then, because remember that soon they're gonna be shutting down 3DS, like, almost completely from online things. So be wary of that. Yeah. You either need to, like, trade things now or just get a copy of Ultra Moon. Because I don't think that, like, regular ones would be enough, because there's, like, the weird thing with Version exclusive and Pokemons that they have and don't have. It's weird, like, how different they are from each other. Considering that they're kind of the same game. The regular and the ultra ones. Yeah, they probably will be having something from the for the 3DS as well. Of course, I will say, even though they are relatively safe, they are, of course, dangerous in their own part. They do be. They're relatively safe, though. Of course, you gotta be careful with them. But yeah, I don't know how easy it's gonna be doing it for 3DS compared to DS though. Yeah, I mean every single trade thing in Pokemon pretty much have always have and will always have indeed hackers. It's just the truth. As unfortunate as it is sometimes. But that is also a way to be getting certain, like, event Pokemon, you know. It's a way to be getting them. Yeah. I would kind of, I will say, even though at the same time I don't want this, but at the same time it would be quite nice if you would be able to trade with emulators and 3DS. I understand that why it isn't the thing and why it's hard to do, but I think if they're gonna be making like a custom server to be having like 3DS online features, it could be a very big possibility that that could also be happening. Yeah, you need, but it is what it is. You can still trade with, you know, with nearby players, though. You can still do that. It's probably not the best used camera app while riding a Pokemon. Mean. Love the shadows. But yeah, then again, if you think about games nowadays in general, most of the time you need to be you need to be paying in order to be playing with your friends or like use online services. It's just what it is nowadays, you know. It's unfortunate sometimes, but to be what it is. Also, still, why is there a timer? It's so useless. I don't understand the reasoning behind the timer. Yeah, but it is one of those things that unfortunately it is what it is. Because imagine if you need to be going to the bathroom in the middle of making a sandwich. You know, the usual. You have time to go to the bathroom. And I guess if you want to be very precise and try to, as accurately as possible, to make the sandwich look like the picture. But yeah, 10 minutes is maybe a little too much time. Plus, like, the 2 minutes for putting the pick. Literally just for putting the pick. Here is extra few minutes. But yeah, the timer is quite unnecessary. But this game really did want to add timers though, so I guess for that. What do you mean, are they alright? You know, that's completely normal. Because things are just in your render distance, but just starting to also be out of your render distance, so they they don't know what to do. It's normal, don't worry. Aren't you always doing that when you're a little bit out of your friend's render distance? Yeah, it is weird though. They could just like unload them faster. That could like most likely be fixing most of the issues with it. But yeah, it is indeed quite normal in this game though. Oh, hello, Sudowoodo. Remember, when it's raining, it's the perfect time to be putting a rock-type sandwich where the Sudowoodo are. Because if they're not shiny, they're gonna be running away. But none of the Pokemons that are 4-time weak to water do that though. It's a Sudowoodo. Also, I will say one thing about Sudowoodo and Bonsly is that I don't know when people are memeing about saying that they are grass types. Because like, I see that they are like joking about it personally because you know, they are not grass type. But then again, I totally understand if you're thinking that they are grass types, but at the same time, it's literally on their name, at least on Sudowoodo. I like, indeed, in the name straight away. Like, why this a rock type? It's also one of those strange Pokemon in that it's one of the strange Pokemon in that it used to be like a one-time Pokemon in the game. You know, only one per game. Or like maybe if you have defeated the Elite Four again, appearing again. And now it is still relatively rare on most games, but in this game it's like ridiculously everywhere. I don't mind it, but it's strange. Because I'm pretty sure that in Sword and Shield it's Sudowoodo is... It is in those games, right? At least I remember seeing it in those. I'm questioning myself. But yeah, if it's in those games, they are only as wanderers, pretty much. Sudowoodo, that is. I'm fairly certain that it's in the game. Why my brain is thinking that it's not in the game? The thing is that I, of course, don't remember where you would be getting a Bonsai in that game because it's a baby Pokemon and they are so annoying to try and get. Annoying. Oh boy. I love the pixelated clouds. I would say one thing though. I think Camerupt could be in this area. It just seems fitting for me that it could be in here. First of all, there's other ground types and there's at least one other or one fire type in here. It could be definitely in here. But then again, sometimes Pokemons are placed on random places where they don't seem to be fitting. I will say though that I think it would be making sense to be seeing more fire types to be in cold areas. My reasoning behind that is that what if they are like too hot and they go to a cold area to like put their body temperature down? Like, I would like to say that we as humans tend to do that. Huh? This is cry. Huh? Yeah. But then again, I understand that they really aren't there because, you know, the snow would be melting then and such. But it could be one of those places that, you know, as in real life, we also have those kinds of places that, like, are forever frozen. Like, no matter, like, what you do, it's gonna be forever frozen. I don't know if that's the correct term in English, but basically what you would be calling it in Finnish. Like, we literally say that in... I don't know if it's the case anymore, because, you know, warm things, warmer summers and such. We... like, I was taught in school that there is, like, in the northern parts of Finland, there is places that the ground is forever frozen, pretty much, because, you know, it's so cold in there. No matter if there's, like, warm summers, it doesn't help. That's why usually in, like... that also, like, is kind of the reason why usually in places that it's, like, forever frozen, the ground is... all the, like, bushes, trees, whatever, they're very small. Because, you know, they don't have the nutrients to fully grow. That's why, honestly, I know that in the northern parts of Finland, for example... I'm not saying Lapland because it's... yeah, it's not everywhere in Lapland, but it's in the very north parts. It's technically the northern part of Finland is Lapland, but it's not everywhere in Lapland. Anymore, at least. Yeah, because there's like very small, just bushes basically, even though they are technically trees. But just because they are so small and they have more of a structure of like bushes, they're technically bushes, not trees. Because that's the only thing that I can survive in the cold. I kind of want to check out that Hakamo there. I love climbing. I love climbing in this game. It's such a lovely feature. I love it so much. It's insane how good it is. Oh, hello, head? Oh. Sure, what's in here? Oh, Sneasel, hello. She says so many bronzers. I don't need another shiny of those. Yeah. It's a Hakamo. Hakamo is the second one. Right. It's Yangmo, Hakamo, and... Yangmo, Hakamo, and then the third one that I'm flanking on. Hello, no, long time no see. Tell your friends not to show up, please. I mean, if no someone doesn't want to be shiny, that is. Oh yeah, come on, yeah. Yeah, it's the third one. A Pokemon that most people hate when it's shiny, but I don't understand it. I understand it doesn't look like if cool dragon, but I have said it again, like today already, that I don't think that every pseudo-legendary needs to relatively look like tough. I would like to get more like goofy ones like Gudra. Also, please make more pseudo-legendaries that are in dark types, dragon types. Also, I didn't get a heart attack because there was a Shinx and next to it was a Hakamo. And I only did see the yellow part of it. No. I definitely didn't get that. Lava brain. Maybe one day we'll get a non-dragon pseudo. It has been quite some time. Maybe one day. Maybe one day. Like, of course, like every single pseudo that we have been getting, at least in most parts, look like they could be dragon at least, so there is like not that to be complained about. I will say, even though I don't mind it necessarily, but I think that for me, probably the pseudo legendary that after, you know, dragons being or all the pseudos being dragons. The only one that doesn't really scream too much dragon to me is Dragapult. I understand it, but it just for me doesn't scream dragon. Like Ghost definitely, but not the dragon. It's not a bad typing, I don't mind it, but it just doesn't necessary for me screamage. But Gudra definitely could have been, or the whole Gumi line could have definitely been part bug type. Would have been quite funny for the first bug and dragon type to be a pseudo. A type that has been said that shouldn't have been done so many times already, with like Yanmega or Flygon, for example. But nope. Nope. You know, that would be making too much sense. Imagine they one day will be like rewriting every single Pokemon's typings. That would be cool, but at the same time, there's some Pokemon that they don't really fit by the types that they are. But then there's honestly some that could be like multiple different typings. But they are, you know, just limited to choose so far. That's also another thing, as cool as like 3 typings would be. It would be not necessarily broken or anything, but it would be honestly a thing that I don't like. I rather, even though it's basically the same thing as having 3 types, I rather the Pokemon to be getting technically a 3rd type with ability instead. Yeah, bug type Pseudo Legendary would be quite nice as well. I mean, of course, it would need to be something other than just bug, but definitely not grass. And yeah, it would be nice. And honestly, it would be kind of making sense as well, because the way that I personally see Pokemons nowadays is that bug type has become better, definitely. It isn't that great on Gen 9. Like there weren't too good Pokemon added, but you know, it's still quite good. It's definitely been getting cool bug types. So like there definitely could be a room for a bug type pseudo legendary. I will still say though that I absolutely hate writing word pseudo. I always write it correctly. Why do they need to be making words to be so hard? Oh boy. Doobie, what it doobie? Also, I don't understand one thing sometimes, speaking of like words. Is that why sometimes people are very upset that there is like, in quotes, new words being like starting to get used? Because the way that I see like why people are complaining about them, because first of all they don't understand what they mean, and also because they are just upset that they are getting older and you know, don't get like the new things with, you know, young people. That is the way that I personally see it though. I mean, some words are definitely for me as well that no, but then again I just also will be just like using older words anyways because I don't care. I don't know what could be like a good example, but you know, like when you know young people, you know, around the school age start to use like a word for something that already has a word. And that like becomes a new norm to be using for that thing. I know what could be like a good example of that. But that is honestly one of the things that, you know, that I have noticed, especially like hanging out with elderly people. I don't hang out with them too much, but still. But, like, I hear them sometimes using like words that I don't understand what they are talking about because they use so old words. And then like we have like gotten like not necessarily a better word for like describing the same thing, but new one nonetheless. I guess it would be like best like described like new words is that it's always said that there are old sayings. Because you know they are old. They don't necessarily make too much sense anymore, but they did make sense when they were like used in quotes every day. Like what, however it goes, like it's hard to be finding a needle in a haystack. Does it really make sense nowadays anymore? Not necessarily, but people still kind of understand what do you mean by that. But then again, times change. Other things become like more used than others. I will say, even though like I'm not too good with different languages personally, I can't put my head around them. I still kind of feel bad when one of those, like, very few people using a language like those languages die. I feel bad. Like, even though I don't use it, but it's just like... It's sad to see them go, because most of them have been like a thing for a long, long time. And then they are like all of a sudden just gone. I will say though that as unfortunate that it probably will be, I think that Finnish language will be gone at some point. It's not like there isn't too many people using it. That's not the issue. It's just like the way that you see like young people talk in here is that they start to use more and more English words when they speak. Of course, nothing wrong with it, it's just unfortunate. But yeah, it'll most likely gonna be the case someday that we only have like, in quotes, like a few like big languages that most of the world speaks. Which is unfortunate, but it is the reality at some point. And the fun fact is that if you ask me, I don't think that it's gonna be English. Like that is gonna be like spoken most, because there's like other languages that there is a lot more people speaking each. I think in Europe it's probably gonna be French or German that is gonna be like, if English would be disappearing, those would be definitely big candidates for the main language used. But thankfully, I don't think that I need to really worry about that in my lifetime, though. I don't think that those kinds of things would be happening, like, soon. But, you know, at some point, since, you know, world to be is changing. Also, I will say that for whatever reason, time flies today. I don't know why. It's been honestly quite some time since I've been like shiny hunting, and the time has just been gone. Already have been 3 hours soon. I guess it also like feels faster because I don't need to be necessarily encountering everything. Could be. But then again, there is days that they just like go faster, even though they like, I don't think that time does change like that. But there do be the saying that when you have fun, the time goes faster. Even though I will say that I'm not like disliking shiny hunting in other games. I guess it's still like a fresh thing, kind of, because I haven't done anything in these games for quite some time. It feels fresh. That's the reasoning why you should be doing more than one thing, if you ask me. You just get bored of one thing. Because I will say one thing As cool as like the idea of doing one thing every single day, like living the same day basically every single day, I don't want it. It would be getting boring. It would be getting quite boring indeed. I guess the closest thing that I would be ever getting to that would be if I would be like sick. Like I can't leave the bed sick. And I will say that I don't enjoy those days. I will say though, I think it would be so nice whenever you're sick, you would be also be able to sleep. You know those like times that you're so sick but you also can't be sleeping. But also sleeping is the only thing that you can do. But you just can't sleep. Yeah. Of course, like I understand those situations where like, you know, you go for school, but then again, it's not like you learn the same things in school every single day. It's still something different. But yeah. It is, like, I don't understand, like, how some people can do it. I think the closest thing that I have also, like, be hearing, like, how it has been done is that... Definitely not because we did have that kind of neighbor or anything. Cleaning every single day. They, like, your house... Like, I don't get it. Because I did have a neighbor at one point that they did literally clean with a vacuum cleaner every single day pretty much at the same time. And I was like, how? First of all, it doesn't get that dirty. Also, you can be harming everything if you clean that often. Like, of course I understand, like, if you have OCD for, like, things needs to be, like, perfectly clean. It's understandable, but that was not the case. They were just home every day and cleaning every day. And I was like, huh? How? I guess I will save one thing. Adam. At least the place that we live in right now, the floor it's not gonna be appreciating if you clean it with, you know, with water every single day. First of all, it's old, and also it's not really it's not really be meant to be cleaned every single day. And of course there's like differences between like you need to be cleaning like school or something like that every single day because that actually gets dirty. I know that my father has kind of the issue with his wife is that they want like the house to be clean. But they also will be getting frustrated when there is dog fur everywhere. Which is another thing, like... Unfortunately, if you have pets, there's literally nothing that you can do. Like, it is just a fact. Of course I understand, like, the situation because it frustrates me too, like, if I have just cleaned And there is like a spot that I have missed. Like that is like, yeah, sure, but at the same time, like, I like the feeling that the place looks like someone is living there. Also, I have never understood those people that have kids, but they also have like too fancy of furniture or whatever, so the kids can't be using them. I don't understand that at all. I understand that, you know, the expensive furniture is expensive furniture, but at the same time, like, why? Yeah. I guess I was kind of the opposite though, because I have the problem with white things in general. I don't want white clothes. I don't want white furniture. Because it's not like it bothers me that it's like getting dirty, it's just bothers me if I get it dirty. Because I remember that like my father used to have like the brightest of bright whites like couch, and I was like terrified to sit in it. And it was the kind of like couch that you can't clean it. This was before before dogs and before he did get remarried like years ago. I'm so terrified of them. I hate white things. There needs to be a project made for white furniture, clothes, whatever, that will keep them always white. There needs to be something like that. But yeah, do be what it do be. Maybe one day I will be having all white furniture. I doubt, but maybe. Yeah, have a great day. A great day indeed, and thanks for hanging out. Always appreciated. Nice collision there, Rock. Which to the bits. The next sandwich is now, by the way. Nice. I'll see you around. Oh, wrong button. Stretching time. There we go. Let's make a sandwich indeed. How many picks do I have? In going. Yeah, I think I need to buy a few more. And then I will be buying all the ingredients anyways. You know, might as well while we're there. Oh, one thing that I just thought of like why the timer would be making sense. Like, what if you miss something and then you would be getting like a time penalty for each? That is, I guess, for me, like a way that the timer would be making sense. Other than that, I don't think that the timer is too necessary at all. Doobie what it doobie. I guess it would be making more sense if it would be only in the custom ones, and then you would need to like actually be thinking how you put things. And that would like, the time would start when you start picking your ingredients instead. You know? Even though after that you have done a few of them, you are like, you already know what's going on, you know? Running. I'm gonna save as well. Might as well. But yeah, what did you be indeed? Funny things indeed. Yeah, it is unfortunate sometimes. Indeed, to be having the kind of places that you can't do anything because people don't want to be getting them dirty. Thankfully, I never went in those kinds of places. Like, none of my relatives really cared about that at all, you know? So, yeah. I understand, like, you clean a house when guests arrive and whatever, or before that, but anyways. At the same time, like, if they can't be doing anything, it's very unfortunate. Also, speaking of, like, things like this, I'm in a weird way with how I, like, what style I like. I kind of like the modern look, but I just don't want it to be, you know, I don't want it to be that drastic, the modern look, you know. Pretty much black and white. That is how I see it. And I will say with like things like, what are they? They do a thing. With things like cabins? No, cabinets. Anyways, you know, the things that you store things in. Most of the time, I would prefer them to be, you know, actually be having some sort of a handle. I would prefer that personally. I don't mind, like, the ones that you push in and stuff. Like, push and it, you know, opens. I don't mind those. I just absolutely hate those kinds of, like, drawers, whatever my things. There is like a small indent that where you would need to open each, because they're so hard to open for me. I hate them. Like, why? Why are they a thing? I don't like it. And I will say that I think I just like some sort of handles myself, because I absolutely hate that, you know, our front door that we have to this, like, our apartment. It doesn't have a door handle. I guess they're trying to save money on that. Something I honestly don't know what's the reasoning. I just hate that it doesn't exist. Because you know what I'm personally afraid of, even though it's quite unlikely that it actually would be happening with the kind of keys that we have. That the key will be getting stuck. As I said, it's quite unlikely with the keys that we have. They are quite, like, they are not thin at all. They're quite thick and quite sturdy. It's still I'm still afraid of it though. Like, at least there be, like, let there be, like, some sort of a knob there. I would be completely happy with any kind of knob. I would indeed. It would just, you know, give me the safe feeling personally. Also, I didn't put my Joy-Cons to charge. Ah, next one then. Nah, I'll actually need to be putting them sooner. Jeez. Don't KO the poor Changmo. Has done nothing. Nothing at all. Oh. Surprised that I was able to dodge that honestly. Yes, earthworms, they have a weird hitbox. I think it might have been fixed. At least I don't feel like I'm randomly running into them. Which I would like to say is a good thing. I just didn't get why I was randomly so many times running into earthworms. I know that they are hiding, but sometimes the hitbox is absolutely insane. Sometimes it do be indeed. It doesn't make sense. Sometimes how hitbox works for those little guys. I guess because they move underground, or at least if they don't, they could underground. So I guess they would be just having like a large hitbox because of that, but still, like, why? Why though? Huh? It appeared for a second. Huh? Sure, game. Whatever. Huh. Interesting indeed. Very interesting. Oh, hello? Bess, how are you? Imagine if Yangmo would be bigger. Because I think that, like, it's quite a drastic change between, like, the evolutionary stages with the Yangmo line. Imagine if it would be bigger. Like in general, like normally it would be bigger. I guess it a little bit like tricks your brain because it starts to at some point be walking with two legs, you know, it stands up like that. But still, it do be quite interesting indeed. Bombardier. Bombardier. What have you been today? Quite well, I would like to say, because you have been showing up quite a bit. I wouldn't necessarily mind a shiny Bombardier, but at the same time it's not the most exciting one. It's okay, it's just not in my favorite. Honestly, I think for me it actually is like one of my least favorite new Pokemons. Oh, it's just... Okay. I don't know what it is about it though. It's just like something is just not for me there. With the Bombardier. It's not like it has bad typing or anything, there's just something. It's a little bit of unsettling for me as well. And you know, could be part of the reason. It could definitely be part of the reason, it just doesn't look the nicest to me. I don't necessarily mind the chest thing that it has going on. I'm fine with that. I'm completely fine with the chest thing, like, you know, it's the thing. I'm fine with that, it's just like something. I mean, I guess I personally like things that are more on the chubby side, I guess. So, you know, it's quite, you know, slim as a Pokemon. I guess I like those myself. I don't honestly know what it is on it, about that, like... Most of the time is... most of the time in games, if things are too slim, they just seem scary to me. Not as scary, but unsettling, I guess, would be the right word. I don't know what it is about it, though. I guess because the way that I see is that there should be always, you know, something between, or as like you should, like there should be some kind of muscles. Just makes it for me feel more normal. Of course, nothing wrong with like slim things. It's just I don't like them. Let me switch my position real quickly. There we go. Feels nicer. It's nice to be switching your position every once in a while. Hello, Ghastly, how are you? Seen you too much. What? Huh? Huh? Or what? Are you glitched out because there is like a rock there? Yeah, you are. You're thinking that you're like below the rock. Oh, lovely game. I mean, Area Zero is definitely one of those places that there is weird things happening for me, and that Area Zero has been the place that there happens strange things the most. But then again, it is a strange place. We're most likely gonna be getting more information on soon. In like 2 weeks. Soon. But yeah, as I've been saying, and I think to be expected, I will be playing the second part of the DLC the day that it drops, starting of course on my usual time. I will indeed. Will be fun. I would like to say. And as I said also, I'm kind of looking forward to enjoying. The Chill mask was quite nice. So I'm kind of hoping that the Indigo disc will be just adding into it more. As I said, I very well wish that it wouldn't just be mainly surrounded by combat or battling. It is said to be in Pokemon games, but yeah. It do be what it do be, you know. What if they would be baking? Would be baking, huh? Would be baking a new Pokemon. What if they would be making a new Pokemon that would again like going into having armor thing? Like kind of what we did have with Meteor, but maybe it could be in different stages. Let's say that it needs to be a certain amount of hits. Is it gonna be taking too much damage on the first few ones, but once the armor gets knocked down more and more, it's gonna become more fragile, you know? And could be quite interesting. And of course, like, it would be having like moves that it can, you know, be building the armor back on. Because why not? It would be making quite a good amount of sense if you ask me. But yeah, could be interesting. Pokemon that would be just like losing armor and become weaker and weaker. Of course, the usual thing to do would be that, like, making it faster. It like loses the armor or something like that. But I think personally, let's not take that route. Let's make the defense are gonna be going like lower. But let's make it to be attacking harder instead of like just increasing the speed. Of course, speed is gonna be increased, but like not by that much, you know. We're getting more attacking power instead. That could definitely be an idea to be getting at some point. That would most definitely be. Hello, Ghastly, how are you? I wonder if Ghastly has spawning groups in here. I don't think that it can. I don't think that it can. It could be cool. Hello, Yang Mo. I don't see too many of you around. Imagine if it would be a possibility to know how many Pokemons of certain species you have seen in this game. It would be limiting that you actually need to be like looking at them. They just can't be somewhere off screen, you know? This would be like quite interesting to actually know how many you have seen. Of course it probably would be capping into 999, but it still would be kind of cool though. I don't know why, but I find personally like stats in games interesting. To be, I guess, kind of a nerd for those. I guess I do be a nerd for those indeed. You know, stats they do be like sometimes be very interesting to see. I guess they make kind of the game sphere for me, I guess, more alive. As weird as it sounds. But yeah, doobie what it doobie though. Doobie indeed. Hello, Bombardier. So don't you love those Pokemons that you think is the first one of a type, but there has been like that type combination already being used? There is like some situations like that for me as well. And I'm like thinking that I will say that most of the time, if I'm not like thinking about it too much, I'm thinking that the Dragapult line was the first Ghost and Dragon type, but nope, it wasn't. It wasn't indeed. But it's just like either the original one of the type combination is either so rare or even though it's not rare, you're just not thinking that it's the type that it is. Just like, oh, yeah. They still need to be making more pure flying types. I don't know what's wrong with pure flying types. What has pure flying types been doing to anyone. I mean, not exist, but apart from that. They do exist now, but at the same time, they really don't. I think there should be more pure flying types. As I said, the easiest thing to do is just to be giving some of the normal flying types, saying goodbye for those with the normal typing. It's not like it doesn't make sense. It does make sense for most of them, but at the same time, like, I understand that, you know, birds are normal, but not every bird can be the normal. Not every Pokemon can be normal. Because, like, especially because, like, I get that as an argument, but, like, nowadays it doesn't really make sense because we have a normal type of a fire-breathing lion. Yeah, because lions, they normally do be breathing fire. Like, every time that I go to the zoo, I always see lions to be breathing fire, you know, the usual Tuesday situation. You know. It's just a regular old thing you see every single Tuesday, indeed. You know what would be absolutely crazy to find in here, because there is not too many of them that are showing up. Be getting a shiny Sandslash. Such a nice shiny. It doesn't change too drastically, it's just changed drastically, but at the same time it doesn't change that much. It's a very cool shiny. But I will say one thing though, I also don't understand why people are hating Sandslash or Sandshrew shiny. It's a cool one. I mean, again, it's green, so can't be that surprised that people are hating it. But at the same time, like, I don't know, I think it's a cool shade of green. Does it really make sense too much for a ground type? No. But at the same time, it doesn't bother me at all. It is like completely normal the way that it is. I mean, apart from being a shiny one, but you know, it doesn't bother me at all how it does look. It is quite cool indeed. I know that there isn't too many brown shinies, but maybe, even though, as I said, I like Sandshrew shiny. Also, that's fun to say. It isn't hard to say or anything like that. Yeah, even though, like, shiny Sandshrew, as I said, I like how it looks and everything. But maybe they could have gone with the brown shiny instead. Because we don't really get too many shinies that turn into brown. We have a lot of shinies that turn into like orange. Like more of an orange is brown or a reddish brown. But I think we could be doing with some more brown shinies. Because the problem with brown is that it is either gonna be looking more of an orange or more of a red. Most of the time with shinies that we currently have. But I think we could indeed be getting more brown shinies. It's not like we have brown Pokemons. We definitely don't have brown Pokemons, like Teddiursa and Ursaring definitely aren't brown already. So it's not like it's too out of the question, you know. I think it would be quite cool though to be having brown shinies. I guess one of the closest ones to be getting Hello? I guess one of the closest like brown shinies that we kind of have, but it doesn't in my mind really count because it's already brown, is the funny guy of Morpeko. It does, the brown does change. I'm not saying that, it's just like at the same time it doesn't really like scream brown because it already is brown. Anyways, let's go ahead and make a new sandwich. It's not too safe to sing the F while you are doing things. Double check on you, my friend. It's still not safe to be using the while I'm riding a Pokemon. Could you stop? The nose pest is nothing. How dare you do that? Well, Yingmo. Let's go ahead and make a sandwich. Well, the Sandshrew is having fun there, and now it is gone. I want you to make a sandwich. Can make a few more sandwiches, then I'm out of eggs. And I will just be buying like one kind because I can't be bothered to be buying multiple different kinds. It isn't really worth it if you ask me. Sure, they look cool and everything, I'm not saying that, it's just like it's not like they're gonna be there for too long anyways, kind of a thing. So might as well use whatever, you know. There we go. Probably a very good sandwich. I always love the sandwiches. I like though the thing that like there is no way that I can accidentally make a shiny sandwich. There's actually no like physical way for that, because first of all it would be requiring to be using Aero Mystica, and the second thing is that I can't be making like the pre-made recipes because it's only like the special ones that you make. I will say one thing that would be a little bit nicer in this game with the custom sandwiches is that you could like kind of choose, like if you want to be making a certain kind of sandwich, that you could choose what it does a little bit, like maybe one buff. Of course, like it can be something if it just literally can be having it, but maybe if you want to be making it with certain types of food, you want to be making a sandwich, you could be like saying that you would like to be getting like a rock type foods from each. Or at least like it would be nice if the game would be telling you like why certain Pokemon like certain foods type wise. So, you know, maybe there could be like a little indicator that, hey, this is a plus for rock types or something like that. I understand it's meant to be like hard thing to do and, you know, you need to discover on your own, but at the same time it's, for my liking, a little too much. I mean, I don't necessarily use them, but to increase just the spawn chance of a certain Pokemon, because, as I have said before, I don't mind to do full odds. And I will say, yeah, I don't like to restart the game because of the I don't want to restart the game because of the, you know, for the reason for being that that I want to like have my materials back. I don't mind. Again, this is one of those things that I don't mind if other people do. I just personally don't want to do that. It just kind of feels wrong to me. That's the reason why I don't want to be using sparkling sandwiches, apart from, like, as I said, I don't mind doing full odds. It's because, like, if I don't get a shiny in those sandwiches, I will be upset. Easy as that. I will be very upset indeed. Because then it's just like feels like I wasted things, and I don't like to waste things. It's not nice. That's why I don't feel like it's wasting anything that I'm using just the encounter power and don't get anything, because it's doing its thing. It's making it's making the type that, in this case, the type that I want to be more likely to be appearing. This just doesn't feel like a waste to me. Of course, as I said, do what you wish, but I just personally like it this way. Doobie. I think after this one, I'm gonna go ahead and eat my snack bar. So I'm getting a little bit hungry. With the power of that, I probably will be able to go for like an hour or two longer. Would like to say that. As I said, thankfully I don't have anything really to do today because we did everything yesterday that we would be needing to do today. So like, it's not like I have too much of anything to do. It's not like that at all. And yeah, do be what it do be, you know? And do be what it do, indeed. Hello. Yang Mo. Let's get a shiny Magikarp that is level 100 without any boosts or shinies. It's one of those things that, of course, I understand why a lot of people want to be going for the level 100 Magikarp, but at the same time, it's kind of weird. Considering that, you know, it isn't the first time that you can find a level 100 Magikarp in game. It isn't. And honestly, probably will not be the last time either. But yeah. I guess because it's a little bit more accessible, and also you will be able to have better odds. You know. Be able to be having a better odds, indeed. But it's interesting. Very interesting indeed. Stretching time. Thankfully I can really stretch and still be able to play. Because Joy-Cons are nice like that. I can, in quotes, split them in half. Have one on each hand. Speaking of Joy-Cons, I understand the idea behind, you know, the straps that you can attach to, like, these Joy-Cons. I will say that I don't like it. It is a lot better, in my opinion, than they were on the Wii, though. I like them more now, because with Wii there was the issue of the, you know, the lock mechanism on like adjusting the size, whatever. It is just so awkward. Like the shape of the lock. It's not bad per se, but it's not the most comfortable thing ever. It's definitely not. Let's do zoomies for a little bit. I just don't like to do zoomies because Pokemon don't have enough time to spawn in half of the time. I can try zoomies though. Also, it's more like that I will be running into something. And Shadow Shinies are also harder to be spotting because you're going so fast. It works better, of course, if there's just group Pokemons or a possibility for group Pokemons. Yeah, that's enough of zoomies. I guess it could be like a good way to just like have them spawn in one small area. Hmm. It could be. But then again, for that I could just do, you know, picnic resets. I will say honestly that I kind of want to do that for a little while. Do like picnic resets. I don't usually do them because I just don't find them too fun, and it's, in my opinion, a lot faster to just be going in and out of the area instead. I just personally think that indeed. Oh, no. So I think the place that I would like to do the picnic resets in is around like in here. Of course there's nothing there, but like this is like one of the, maybe a little bit over here. Because this is like one of the areas that, you know, you can just turn around and see everything in, you know. I guess I could be doing like a few of these. As I said, definitely not my preferred method because it's just taking time for no apparent reason, and then you need to be waiting until, you know, the dudes have spawned in. It's a good method though, I will say that. For like, you know, correct things. Even though they technically isn't incorrect things, but you know what I mean. I like that the Pokeballs very much like that they are in the same spot. And the thing is as well, because sometimes with the picnic resets, it's hard to know what Pokemons you have checked and have you seen every Pokemon as well. Because there's like 15 Pokemons that can spawn in at once. Yeah. And also it's the problem if there is in the area, there is like subtle shiny and, you know, it pops up. I think I will be doing 2 more than I'll actually be just moving about. And of course, like the picnic thing as well is that you need to really be finding a very good location for it. It doesn't work with everything. Yeah, I can't be part of it anymore. It's a nice thing, I will say that much, and I understand that people like to do it because people like more or less AFK-able things, you know, something that you can just toss to the side and, you know, do occasionally. Which is completely understandable. I don't mind that at all. As I said, with most things, you do you, I don't care. If the way that you're doing shiny hunting, for example, is a way that you like to do it, you do you. But also remember that some other people want to be doing hunts other ways. For example, full hunts or harder methods than you need to use. It is definitely a thing, you know. do be, you know. Oh, oh there. It is also interesting because I think I will be playing quite a good variety of games this week. You know, I started with Arceus, doing Violet today. I would like to say that tomorrow is indeed quite a good chance that I will be going back to, you know... Oh. It's quite likely that I would be going back to the fun game of funness, aka Farfetch in Sword. I was thinking that I might be playing a little bit of Animal Crossing before I do that. Not completely sure, let's see how things go, you know. See how things go indeed. I think I have talked about this before. You know, one thing that I don't understand about some people is that when they don't get that time zones exist. Like, of course I understand, like, I forget sometimes that, you know, someone is from a certain time zone, you know? That is, like, you know, fine, whatever. It's just, like, I don't understand it, like, the people that are very upset that things aren't done at a certain time. Because, you know, they have, like, they for them is, like, a good time. But then, like, someone else is asleep at that point because it's the middle of night for them. I will say, though, for, like, quite some time when I was younger, you know, internet being, like, a little to no a thing, I didn't, like, realize that time zones are really a thing. We didn't really travel as well, so I guess that kind of explains it. And also, we live in a country that only has one time zone for the entire country. So, like, there's that as well. Which is a good thing. I love it that we have only one time zone. It do be quite nice indeed. But yeah. But yeah, at the same time, like, as I said, I completely understand that sometimes you forget that time zones are a thing, but yeah. There's been a lot of things like that happening lately that people are complaining that for me in the middle of the night no one is responding to them, but then again, like, you know, time zones, they are a thing. That's why I like when people are indeed indeed like that, understanding. And, like, especially, like, if you want things to be done at certain time of day, it is always good to be adding, like, where you're from, like, that time, like, what time you use. So, like, for example, I can go to a website and just see, like, hey, this is my time, this is their time, and that is when this is happening for them and my time, you know. It'd be like that indeed. It do be very nice. Oh, hello there. hand mouse. Shanks. Time is interesting sometimes. Time is very interesting indeed. Who doesn't love time? Speaking of time, I never understood those people that were always late. Like, and I knew that there was few people that, like, they were late literally because they didn't have, like, possibility to be getting there any earlier because, you know, it only works at certain times of the day, you know? That is, I completely understand, that is completely out of your control. I just barely did able to jump on top over it, nice. Oh, let's go. Yeah, because I understand it, because like, when I was in, you know, in one of my schools, I think it was the vocational school, like, there was a student that did come from, like, a place that it is a 2-hour bus drive there, you know, didn't have a car because, you know, underaged. And if he would have been getting, like, a car that he could be driving at that age, I don't think that the car would be surviving it such a long drive. But anyways, he only had like one option to be like in time for school, and that was literally that he would then need to be waiting like hours. So sometimes if like school started at certain time, oh, one of the animals there. Yeah, if school started at certain times, like out of the ordinary times, he would be always late, but like the teacher did understand it. Everyone did understand it because like what can you do that, you know, the bus schedules are what they are, you know? There is nothing that you can do, unfortunately. But then again, that was understandable, but I never got those dudes that were always late, but, you know, they didn't really, like, have any reasonable reason to be late. Like, either they were, like, so close to the school that they just couldn't be bothered to be leaving early, which I understand because I did live so close to one of my schools that if I would have liked to, I would be able to be in school in time. If I left the house when the bells rang, I could be getting there. But at the same time, I didn't want to do it. I didn't want to do it, and also like, why not to be there like a few minutes early, you know? There's nothing wrong with that. Thankfully, I will say that much, that most of the time that I went to any school, I didn't need to wait outside too much. Because I could either, like, wait on, like, one of the buses, for example. That would be, like, a possibility. Or I could just, like, time myself there. Because, like... yeah, because, like, for example... I don't want to be, I don't know, be standing there in the cold for too long, because most of the schools, the school doors stay open at earliest of 8 a.m., which is like when the earliest class starts. So that's why it's acceptable to be a few minutes late for the first one, because you literally can't get in beforehand. So yeah. But yeah, it was very annoying because most of the places, if you would be there too early, you would literally need to wait outside, because some places they didn't allow at all to be... They didn't allow at all to be, like, inside. If you're not inside the classroom. They literally, like, would be throwing you out. And then there was, like, the places that you would be able to hang out inside, but you needed to wait until the doors are opened. There was also one class from grades 7 to 9 that I absolutely hated. For the reason being... that... we couldn't wait outside the door for that, because it was like one of those like classes that you need to be going from a outside door. You can't be going inside from the building as you can go for most classes. Yeah, you can be waiting outside that door, and you need to wait until the teacher opens the door for you, either by ringing like the doorbell, or by them like walking in the hallway. I hated that with every single being in my body. I hated that class for that reason. Did I go there for all 3 years rather than just 1? Yes, but still. I enjoyed the class overall. It was... Or I didn't... I mean, it wasn't bad. It wasn't like I hated it. I just didn't like the teacher, the way that it was taught and everything. It was... you know, wasn't my thing. Wasn't my thing at all. But hey, each their own. There was honestly very few, like, teachers that I know that everyone hated, you know. Of course, like, there is, like, teachers that I didn't like and such. That is just the truth. Nice. Yeah, there was teachers that I didn't definitely like, but at the end of the day, I did get along with them as much as I needed to, you know. I did indeed. Was only few teachers that I like actually had troubles with. Like, I just couldn't stand them. But then again, I was very well taught on that, like, you just sometimes you have to work with people that you don't want to. It's just the truth. It is just like, it is unfortunate, but you know, life is like that sometimes. Hello there. Lullaby. But I'm gonna go ahead and sandwich. It's gonna be bothering me if I don't this. You know, your average burn heal on the ground. Let me just picnic on this spot. Yes! Nice. But yeah, I'm gonna be eating the snack bar before we continue. Hello. Been interesting today, I see. I'm soon gonna be feeling a lot nicer. I'll see how... or, no. I see what the chime is when I run out of the picks. Tomato, calm down. Everything is fine. I swear to God. That tomato. Floating tomato, my favorite. You know when you're a good chef, when you can make things float. Let's go ahead and save them. I haven't saved in a while. Even I know it doesn't do anything. I just don't save. Okay. Saving is cool and fun, and everyone loves saving in video games. But yeah. I will say that there is one shiny apart from, of course, the obvious one. That is Tandemos. That I would like to be different, not because it's bad, but because I want it to be different, and it's Timber. It's not a bad shiny by any means, it's quite an okay one, honestly. But I don't know, even though it doesn't really make too much sense to be changing like what it's holding. But why not though? I know it's usually the part of like the Pokemon that is actually, you know, the Pokemon that changes, like that's the reason why it is theorized that Komala is just a log and the, you know, the koala bear is just attached to it by somehow. Because in the shiny one, only that changes. But then it also kind of counteracts itself, that theory. Because, you know, there is a Pokemon called a Mimikyu. And you know, it just has the gloats on top of it to be disguised because it wants to be famous, but if anyone would actually be looking at a Mimikyu, they would, you know, I don't know, disappear into the afterlife, I guess. It's just interesting to me though that the clothes themselves change, but technically shouldn't it be that the Pokemon underneath the clothes should change when it's shiny? Because Komala does that, like the koala bear, as I said, doesn't change, only the log. And if we go by that logic, then Mimikyu definitely shouldn't be changing the clothes. If it's said that it is just putting it on because, you know, it doesn't be good if anyone looks what Mimikyu actually looks like. Also, I think there should be like a public announcement or something like that Mimikyu isn't a Pika clone. It isn't. It isn't a Pika clone. I understand like why people think it because, you know, it is kind of looking like a Pikachu, but it's mimicking to be a Pika-Blue. It's Pika-Blue. You can talk today, let's go! That's what you love to hear when people know how to talk. Oh, I don't know why a thought occurred to me right now with this. But I would kind of like if we would be getting in the next Legends game, instead of space-time distortions, as I said, I don't think that they should be anything in every single Legends game. They're cool, but no thank you. Things to be a little bit more unique. But yeah. What if instead of that we would be getting is cool. We would instead be getting like meteors shooting down from the sky, and then there is for a short while there is like Pokemons around each. Either that they, you know, have fallen from it, like Clefairy for example, or another reason. Oh, why the camera is poking me right now? I still would wish a wider look. We need a wider camera. Yeah. It would definitely be interesting. I don't know why, but I would absolutely love some sort of like meteor thing to be like actually visible to the player in Pokemon games. Like imagine if there would be like a meteor thing going on in a Pokemon game at some point. And then when, you know, it falls down for a certain amount of time or for a certain amount of Pokemons, there would be meteors there. Or other like space related Pokemons. I would love that. Oh, hello. The funny tree. I still hate but this. I hate but I like your texture. It's cool. At the same time, it doesn't really fit you. I will say one thing. I see how Wooloo would be looking like with these textures. Could be looking quite cool. It's a cool Pokemon anyways. Unfortunately, since like Mareep line is not really the traditional kind of wool that it is on sheep. It doesn't really have anything like that going on for itself. Which is unfortunate, but understandable, you know. Yeah. Doobie, what it doobie at the end of the day. I wonder what could be another Pokemon that we could be having, like maybe a Pika clone situation. Of course, like popular ones like Charichar would be like a good option, but as I said, honestly, having different Mimikyus, like mimicking different things, would be cool. Like maybe Mimikyu could be changed instead of always being the Pikachu to being trying to mimic some other like popular Pokemon of that region, you know. It would be quite nice indeed. Is the last one stuck inside the rock? Oh no, I don't think so. Could have been, you know. It's usually like a certain amount of them, but anyways. Lonos Pass. I'm kind of thinking, what if we would be changing the scenery a little bit? Because I think Yang mode, it's not like exclusively only in... What? I joked about it. I mean, I was joking more about... more about Geodude, but I mean... I'll take it. Look at the... I was hunting for you like months ago. I was hunting for you months ago. But better late than never. Look at the guy. I will be following it. At least I did get something today. Speaking about switching sceneries. I mean, Ultra Ball is quite fitting for you. Oh, let's go. Easy catch. Easy catch indeed, let's go. It was the first one. Oh yeah, because I thought that I will be like leaving things empty that I want to, you know, hunt. When endangered, it may protect itself by increasing the magnetism and drawing nearby objects. Nearby iron objects to its body. That's interesting, considering that you're not, you know, you're definitely not a part steel type. I'm gonna nickname you Magnu. Magnech. Or Magnu. Let's see though, you're definitely gonna be hardy by nature. You're quirky. Magnet pull though. Be evolving you a little bit later. There it is. It is not quite the target of the day. But I will say, shiny nonetheless. Could you please move? I don't want to get out of the thing. I need you. You don't move. Mean. It is, I guess, a good thing to be changing the scenery. Let's see. I was thinking that I think you spawning like a little bit over there, I'm gonna like quickly check out. It would be quite nice to be switching scenery. Been here for quite some time. Watch me find another nose pass. But that's, I would like to say, my first nose pass. Are you not in here? I thought you were. Oh, no. Munchlax. I thought that Yangmel would be like a little bit here. It might be, oh, it might be like like in these pockets. I'm gonna quickly check, it doesn't really matter too much. I did get a funny little nose pass. I could be just misremembering though. It's quite unlikely, quite likely that I would be doing that, you know. Let's go back here though. I'm gonna check the other side as well just to be sure. I could be checking the Pokédex, but honestly I can't be bothered with it. But yeah, oh, I did find a dude. I'm gonna double check though once this sandwich is over, or at least at the end. I don't think that it did have a title confirmed there. But hey, not too bad. 4.5 hours, let's go! 4.5 hours and a shine that I wasn't even looking for. So I guess for this game I need to really be going for something that I don't want to actually be getting something that I want, right? Unfortunately there isn't really other like dragon types around here, so I can't be breaking the game with that, but oh do be what it do be. Oh hello, Annihilate. It's literally just only there, that's unfortunate. It's very unfortunate indeed. Oh, hello there, Manchulax, how are you? Oh my god, why does that area lag so much? I want to get out! That area lags so badly. It's insane the amount of lag that was there. Wasn't even there for that long. Oh boy. But yeah, anyways, I guess I could be going in circles for a little bit. Or something along those lines. Oh god. If only there would be always so many Yangmos everywhere. I would absolutely love to see it. You know, it started to be in that way that I was thinking that I was missing a shiny. The good thing is that most of the time that if I'm looking for a shiny Scarlet and Violet, I will be able to get one a day, you know? Love it. uh... But it is thanks to, you know, you be able to see more Pokemons in average compared to other games if you would be doing like hunting in other games. It is definitely thanks to that. It do be what it do be though. Yeah, I definitely will be evolving into Probopass indeed. Nosepass doesn't look too bad at all. It'd be quite nice if, you know, Probopass would be having some metallic textures on it. Oh, the true leader of Huntown resist the Yangmo. It is the true leader. True leader is Yangmo. Oh boy. But yeah, I would absolutely love if they would be ever be visiting the scale idea like this that they did do with Yangmo line though. It looks so cool. Would it necessarily need to be like metallic? No. It doesn't need to be metallic, but you know, something along those lines would be still quite nice looking. I think I'm soon gonna be going ahead and doing the circles. It's a bunch of lost backs of hound hours lately. Don't necessarily mind them, but at the same time, it's not that shiny, but I would rather be getting something else instead. It's definitely not in too many games that I necessarily play too much. It's most definitely not. Anyways, it will be quite funny even the next time that I will be hunting the Alpha Gudra that I will be able to get him. Shiny nose past there. I swear to God if I call it. I swear to God if I called it with that, I'm gonna laugh. I hate and love those caves because they have like a weird, we have a weird like spawning mechanic with those caves. Because I think if the game notices that you are like wanting to go into a cave, that it should prioritize spawning there, but no, let's spawn something on top of it instead. It's especially bad because some of those like cool little caves they have, you know, cool Pokemons in them that are not necessarily always exclusive to those, but you know, cool nonetheless. Probably the best example of like a bad cave is the ones that have King Gambit as an option. It's, you know, cool idea, but it just doesn't spawn them, which is a shame. Because I would absolutely love it if it would be easier to be hunting them. Also, what I have heard that even if you would be having an outbreak there, it's ridiculous. It's like ridiculous, like how bad it is. And I don't understand why it is so bad. Hello, Gibble. A lonely Gibble. Nothing else but a one Gibble. It's very cool to find also Gibble. That is one of the reasons why I'm confused that there's Gibble in this part of the DLC, because like I'm pretty sure that that's one of the only locations that I have ever seen one. That's why I would kind of wish that there would be more Pokemons like... What is it? I wouldn't... no. I would that there would be less Pokemons in the DLCs, like Pokédex, if there is only one very obscure way to be getting it, you know? Like, with that Gibble. Like, why it is even in the Pokédex is, like, question on its own. I'm gonna try to spawn in something there. I think the best way to go about it is, like, to speed through there and then, like, wait. And then go. Wow! Yet not a lonely Gibble, let's go! As I said, cool idea, but could be better. They could definitely be better. Funny things, indeed. I don't honestly understand why Shinx needs to be here. Like, honestly, I don't get it. Like, I'm fine it being in the DLC. I don't say that I hate that it's in the DLC, but I just don't really see a reason why Shinx needs to be in, like, this part of the DLC, though. Because it's, like, the Shinx line is quite a bit everywhere in the DLC, if you ask me. It is quite close. Oh. You. How are you doing? I will still say that I would see that. Did I say anything about this? I don't remember. Have I? I talk about things a lot. I would like to say this, you know, pseudo legendaries, they are kind of rare. More rare in some games than others, for sure. But I think pseudo legendaries, they should be having more likely to be male than female because of, you know, the usual thing that if a thing is rare, it is more likely than not that it's more likely to be male because, you know, or to be finding. That would be like the reasoning why there isn't too many of them, you know. I guess there's just more males. Reasoning why their starters are like that, and most of the fossils as well. Because that makes it like more understandable why they aren't in the wild. Because, you know, even though it's a possibility to be, you know, be breeding with the male one, you kind of need the female one to be getting the right offspring, I guess. Would be a way to be saying it. If it's not with the Dicho, that's a different story, of course, but like the basic idea is that you need to be having a email of that because like I don't really see there to be a thing with I don't really see there to be a thing with the wild Pokemons that they would be breeding with a Dicho. Like, I don't think that that makes too much sense. I'm just saying. I think it's a thing because, you know, people. Like, so many things are. I was thinking that it's gonna be gone soon, and it is indeed gone soon. But I'm just then make another sandwich. So, you know, when one runs out, make another one, so it will most likely that I will be getting a shiny nose pass. I mean, it's not like I'm boosting the chances for Dragon type, and I'm not upset that I did get a nose pass. I guess that means that that's one less Pokemon that I have to be hunting, that I have started to hunt in this game. That only leaves Koloff and Zorua, but Zorua is Zorua. And I don't really like it per se. I will be continuing it one day. I will be finished. The first time that I have seen Poochyena? Ah? How is that the first time that I have seen a Poochyena? Excuse me? I've been here for almost 5 hours. And that's the first Pucciana that I have seen in here? What? What do you mean by that, game? Oh boy, I guess you can do something new every once in a while. And also the boost is so gone because there's dudes in here that are not part of the sandwich. Yeah, let's look at the dude. Let's look at this dude though. Magnu. Yeah, you didn't have a title confirmed, right? I'm pretty sure you didn't, yeah. You'll be saying their title confirmed if you will be having a title. I think you... But you already have it attached to. Why will be having that like that? Having a title confirmed there indeed. Let's save once again. Go. Make 2 more sandwiches. It might be like good enough for the day at that point. I will see, of course. I mean, I know that it should be taking, you know, half an hour each. But you know, you never know though. What if I would be having a feeling to be going for more? Then I could. Could indeed. Like, one part of me wants to go as long as I would be finding a Yangmo, but the other part is like, nope. Because that could take forever. Technically. I mean, most likely it's gonna be taking like... I mean, it can't be taking like literally 5 hours max more, because that is when the day changes for me. Let it just be like there now. I don't need to worry about it. Oh boy. Let's go. Another sandwich. I kind of want to do zoomies again for a little while. As I said, it's the very unfortunate part is that it's not gonna be too many dudes there. I guess one place that I could be doing zoomies is like around this. It's not gonna be able to like despawn too many Pokemon, and I can like see all the Pokemons there at once. It does get rid of quite a good amount of them though. As I said, I hate in games where you have like speed options, and if you would be speeding, you're missing out on things. As I said, for this game, the speeding through thing, it would be fixed if you would be knowing that there is a possibility for the Pokemon that you want to go for to be in groups. But last time that I checked, I didn't see Yangmo to be doing that. Which is fair enough, but I also will say, imagine how cute it would be if those dudes would be in groups. I would love it. I would love it indeed. Anyways. Can I see more Puccianas? I'm just questioning, was it actually Hound Hours that why I've been here for too long? It's just thinking that it's a Pucciana because I want to be seeing something different. You know those situations that happen to you every single day. You know, those funny things. Funny things indeed. Anyways, as I said, pretty successful today. Day to day, if I will be just be able to get that one, because I will say one is very much good enough for me. I will be gladly taking one I don't need anymore. I would taking more if more wants to show up for sure, but at the same time, like, if it happens, it happens, you know. As I said, I'm perfectly fine with just one. As I said, in Scarlet and Violet streams when I do be doing them, and as I said, if I am concentrating on getting shinies, I want to, or I would be happy to be getting one per stream, but then again, it also really depends on what I'm doing. Am I doing eggs? Or am I doing random encounters? That really, like, makes a difference there, indeed. Imagine if there wouldn't be a possibility to be getting the Destiny mark on Kitakami. No funny bug like that. Everyone would absolutely love it, right? I've been here for ages looking for the dude, and then I realized I couldn't even be getting it because it's not in the Kitakami region. Let's go! Time well spent, but then again, so what we are after anyways. Even though the mark is kind of the thing of the day for me. Getting it if getting it. Can do circles again in here. I love this place, even though this place hasn't been the luckiest place ever. I haven't gotten a single thing in this place, but if I will be spinning around here enough, it will eventually happen, right? For sure, like, if you do a thing a long amount of time, or long enough, it will bound to happen, for sure. I kind of would like to the terror rate, but at the same time I can't be bothered with it. Hello, lonely Gibble. Oh, you got a friend? Gibble got a friend? Let's go! I think we still would need to be getting more water and fire type Pokemons. Maybe that could be like a cool, like either one-off Pokemon again. Pseudo could be working for that as well quite nicely. Pseudo Legendary could be working for that as quite nicely indeed. It's kind of the only water and fire type that we have is quite limited on the amount that you can get, you know. Close and true. It's unfortunate, but I'm understandable, I guess, but it still would be nice though. It would be quite nice indeed. It would be also quite interesting to see, even though it's quite unlikely to be seeing this, but it would be quite nice to see at some point if we would be able to be getting a starter trio that wouldn't be grass, fire, and water. Of course, it's like it is kind of a perfect triangle there, but at the same time, if it's like balanced enough, I don't think that it will need to do anything. It would be quite cool to see one day to be getting a starter trio that couldn't be touching each other at all, because they would be always be having immunity to them. Unfortunately, last time that I did check, it is in a possibility to be having to be immune to yourself. Even though that would be quite cool, like with a single type, I mean. If you are normal ghost, you are immune to normal and ghost. But like apart from that, I am psychic and dark, but you know, still. Now those like rare-ish occasions. They are definitely not that common at all. Oh, I only want a Gibble. They are bullying the lonely Gibble. How dare they? The Gibble needs friends. But yeah, it would be quite interesting if that would be a thing indeed. But then again, would it be all broken a little bit? But then again, it could be just that, you know, the starters, they can't touch each other. But then again, rival battles would be interesting. I don't know. I imagine how cool it would be to being a cool starter trio with cool secondary typings. I don't think. How have we? I don't remember how we are having autumn. Have we been getting only like? No. Oh, we have. No, never mind then. I was thinking that do we have like... What's going on? I was thinking that do we have a starter trio that, like, with the secondary typings, there wouldn't be like immunities, but there is. Like, do those like typings. Because the first ones that did like pop into my mind were the Kalos and this game. Most of the time the types don't really interact with other ones at all. But yeah. And also like it would be mean to be as well super effective. As well. That. On at least one side. And it do be interesting because yeah, we do be having that in Alula, funnily enough. Because we have a ghost, dark, and fairy to be as the secondary typings. Oh, but no, it's not like that because ghost isn't really super effective against. It isn't super effective, but I mean that's like it isn't like there is any immunities at least. I mean, still probably one of the like in quotes worst starter trios, like having the secondary typings, all of them, has to be poor old Empoleon. Because both can hit one of the types super effectively. It doesn't mean that it's gonna be super effective, but it can hit one of the types super effectively. It's sad. No, now that I think of it, oh no, yeah. It is a shame, it's a cool typing and we need more water steel types. There's been so many good options as well. Like imagine, even though it's quite unlikely that we'll be getting anything like that, but imagine if we would be getting like a shipwreck Pokemon. Instead of making it out of, you know, wood as usually they are. What if it would be made out of metal instead? So, you know, it could be steel type. That would be cool. That would be very cool indeed. Anyways, funny things maybe someday. Because then it could be like water and steel type, but anyways, do be what it do be. It's quite unlikely. But then again, we have been getting recently quite a good amount of like vehicle based Pokemons. We have. So it's not like it's too far-fetched, if you ask me. But at the same time, as cool as I like the idea, I don't think so. I don't think so. Which is a shame indeed. Also, I did mention it before on Monday, that we did start playing Project Ozone 3. It's quite fun. It's going quite nicely as well. Quite a good amount of things there done. Yesterday I was like quite tired, so I didn't get too much done. And also like when I was I was done with like preparations for one part. It was in quotes too late, aka it would be just smarter to be leaving it to be started today, because it is one of those things that you know it's easier to do now, or like when you started. I mean, and like do it until you're pretty much done with it. I want to test one thing. There's so many young mouse right now in here. I know it probably is just a lock, but I'm gonna do a few picnic resets in here if I can. Yes, I can. Again, like very open space where things can't get behind other things, you know. Because there's always possibility that there is gonna be non-young mouse. Oh, I can see also all the spawns in here. Honestly, let's try. I love when I press the wrong button. I think this is pretty much also like kind of the perfect spot as well. Be doing this as well. I don't think that I have seen them all. Oh, there we go. The only problem with the picnic method... Oh my god. Why is 2 exited? I think the only problem, as I said, with picnic method for me is that you need to wait until they spawn in, but I might as well. Oh god, I hate you. And that is as well. I can't really see that for... With the slightly changing ones, you just need to be trusting your eyes. I mean, I don't know, can you really do it with tandem mouse, but I hope that it's not gonna be showing too much. That's my thing. I hope it's not gonna be there too much, you know. Oh my god, there's so many there. My boy. Huh? I mean, if it works, I will see. If it works that they want to spawn behind me, I guess I could be facing this way and waiting a while and like try to get them all spawned in there, but I again think that that is just a luck thing more than anything. Yeah, it's just luck at the end of the day. I mean, most of the things are. But yeah, I don't mind this spot, honestly, because I can see everything. To do this for a little while. There we go. It's not that bad. I know that it's not the ideal thing to use because the only situation where like a picnic method is very good is when you have an outbreak. Either I counted just 16 or there's actually only 15 because last time that I checked that's the max amount that you can see at once. I think I'm gonna be doing this for a few more minutes because this spot isn't that bad as the first one that I did try this on. I should also probably check how much sandwich time do I have even left. 8 more minutes. Okay. Good to know. There we go. Oh, I love this basket. This is my favorite thing in the whole game, this basket. I think I will be doing one more after this, then we good to go. I've been doing this for a while. That's it. It's one of those things that I just personally don't find too enjoyable to be doing. I'd rather just, you know, run around. Bothering me because something did just like despawn there, but I will say it's nothing. Make myself feel better. Oh. The glitchy Pokeball. Love to see. The game. You love to see buggy games now, don't you? I love that there was like almost only Yangmos in the last one. Let's go. Let's just move on, actually be moving on indeed. I will be making at least one more sandwich after this. We shall see. Will I be doing more or not? As I said, kind of tempting to be going on as long as we finding the first shiny Yangmo, but as I said, it's not that important at first. And like, first of all, and the second of all, yeah, it's gonna be taking a while. Or it could be taking a while, you know. You know, it could be happening at any point. I would like to say that after today, I definitely would be over odds for Yangmo anyways. Like the amount that I've been able to see today and such. I would like to say that, because I would like to say that I have seen maybe few today. Maybe just few. Maybe I have seen one Yangmo today. Sunchlaster, there is indeed. Lullaby. Bye. It's nice knowing you. But yeah, I guess if we don't find it today, then we try again next year. It's a possibility. It's a possibility indeed. As I said, I like to do something special on my birthdays. Please try to. I mean, there's few days of the year that I do be having like special hunts in mind anyway, so we do be having that there as well. We may or may not be coming back to this game within a week or so. May or may not be. But it really depends if I want to do it or not. I kind of liked it last year, so very much a possibility. I probably would have been probably done this last year, but then again, the game hasn't been out at that point for too long. But you know, how it is, and we know more things. And I will say that there is... Yangmo is a very good option, as I said. I absolutely love the little fella. Also, as much as I enjoy destroying Tandem Mouse, I wonder if there's gonna be an area in the second part of the DLC where there is just Tandem Mouse in like one area, because you know it makes sense. You know, it's kind of like it's a mouse Pokemon or something like that. But yeah, I don't know. It could be like quite cool indeed to be getting it, but we shall see, maybe. I mean, I will say that most of the areas that do be having Tandem Mouse in the base game, they do be in that area kind of everywhere. So like, we already have that going on, so maybe not because of that, but it would be kind of cool. I don't think that we really have too many locations lately that have been only one Pokemon areas. There's been areas that are kind of like almost like that. Kind of almost like that. Exactly. Good words. But not specifically. Hello, cat. Are you gonna be me luck? Always love to bring me luck and break my games at the same time, like you did yesterday, like completely destroy my computer. Not actually, but she was definitely doing things. She's known to be doing very cool technological things that well, we even aren't sure how did she do it. The problem is that now you're quite close to the power button and I kind of want to shield it. At the same time I can't be too close to it because I then will accidentally press it. Catch. There's no cats to be seen in game. Last time that I checked. Shinx is the closest one, but it's not really catch. It's kind of like it's based on a lynx. Which, funnily enough, the Finnish version of that animal-like name is also a ice hockey team. Funnily enough, it's from around here, and there really isn't that many of them around here. like the naming would be making like completely sense like that. There is like, I guess, maybe a little bit, but like not in here that much. I think my power has run out, by the way. Time to in here and make one more sandwich indeed. If I have all the ingredients for it, I should. Never know. Hello, young Mel. Now actually going to picnic and make a sandwich in here. Let's make the sandwich. I mean, at least it seems like I can make it. I can make one more after this, okay. At least this one will be used. Cat is saying that she has never gotten food in her entire life. And she's like, I don't know, 5 years old? Or something like that. It's unsure. as I talked about it before, it's unsure like the exact age because you know rescue. You can't be too sure about them always, and that is the case with her. They are the dudes that did find her and did run some tests. They aren't 100% sure, but no, close enough. I'm very happy if she would be living with us for 5 more years at least. Of course, long as possible is nice. Oh, wrong button. Oh, God. I was meant to be saving. Hello, Yangmo. How are you? Some bunch of Yangmos. Oh my god. So many Yangmos. It's insane. Let's go. It's on Zoom, actually. Stop it. I will say though, I have a weird thing with like sprinting in games. I have like weird feelings on that. I like it when you can like toggle it to be down, but at the same time I don't mind those games that you need to be holding it all the time. Of course it's nicer for your fingers if you don't need to be pressing the button all the time. Or I guess it also really depends on the button as well. For example, I don't personally mind if it's like in the Switch case. In Switch's case it's like button like B. I don't mind that, but like if you need to be pressing like the control stick down, I don't like it too much. It's not bad per se, but I don't like it either too, like at the end of the day, too much. Do be what it do be, you know. Yeah, but then again, I do be loving that you can toggle it. But if it's a toggle thing, I hate when it's not necessarily that it's hard to be toggling it on and off. But when, like, most of the time it's the situation that you can, like, easily toggle it on, but it's hard to toggle off. You know, I hate those situations. It doesn't happen too often, honestly. But it's annoying. Honestly, one of the things that I also like in some games is that there is an auto run. That is the best thing ever. You don't need to be pressing any buttons, it's just always running. And also like those games that don't get you like... If you can always be toggling the running thing on, that you're not gonna be getting anything negative of it being on. I mean, I think there should be something. But at the same time, it's nice that in those games, usually it's not the case, you know? It's a nice line. Love it. Oh, cool. Nose pass. Love that the nose pass is change. Oh. But yeah, Yeah. I don't know. Sometimes I would like. Speaking. Question mark. Sometimes indeed I would be wishing that in games there would be more negative things from running. But as I said, I'm quite glad that in most games it's completely fine that you would be always running. But then again, that kind of begs the question. Is the Geodude going? Where's the Geodude now? Okay. You have anything else to say? Floating Geodude? Anyways. Yeah. Yeah, if there's an option in the game menu to be juggling running all the time, like... Why? Stop it. Why it is even in the options, like why can't it be like just a regular like walking speed then? Because in some games, like if you would be having the sprinting on all the time, it doesn't honestly affect like anything. Like if you would be sprinting, like in some cases it could be the case that if you're running you can't get into like certain areas easily because you know you're running past it. But like in those games that if you would be having the sprinting always on and it doesn't like matter at all, why isn't it like a thing all the time, you know? Why do I need to be putting a check mark, you know? I mean, I guess if you like to play things slow, but I don't know about you, but even though I like to play games slowly, I don't necessarily want to walk slowly. That's not really my thing, personally, but to each their own. If you like it, you like it, I don't mind. You do you. But at the same time, like, it's sometimes interesting. Also, I would sometimes wish that if in the game there is indeed like always run feature, that also the NPCs would be in that mode, like faster with walking. Like, what is the point for me to be able to walk fast if I need to be waiting for the NPC to be there? Like, actually, what's the reason? But then again, I guess that's the reason why there is a set amount of like speed that you're normally walking in, but still, it do be like that indeed. Do be what it do. Everything is fine then, stuff like that. Interesting sometimes though how games make their decisions. Also, in my opinion, in most games, auto jumping shouldn't be a thing. If it's not like specifically said in like a tutorial or something like that that the game has auto jump, I don't think that auto jump should be a feature in most of the games. I will say surely it's nice that you don't need to jump, but at the same time, if you're used to be playing the game without auto jump, it can be annoying. Of course, like, it's I will say that it doesn't bother me that much in like story-based games. Or like anyways a game that you have very limited amount of movement options anyways. So like in those games I think it's fine. But I think if you have like an open world game, I don't want auto jump personally. Auto climb is fine in certain situations, but I think the auto run is one of the only features that I like to be in quotes automated. Even though it's not really that much, but you know what I mean. It's the only one of the auto ones that I would personally be liking. Auto jump, oh god. I like because that reminds me of like Minecraft and Project Ozone 3 that we did start. There is like, in options, there is a place for auto jump, but you can't enable it. It's literally impossible to enable it. It's like grayed out that you can't be choosing this. Which is fine. I will say I don't mind it at all, but just like let it be automatically off. I hate it on Minecraft that auto jump is on automatically. Sounds weird, but it is like that. It do be like that. There's so many. There's with nose pass. I wonder how nose pass outbreaks would be looking in this game. Considering that they are very fixated on North in this game. Like they don't move from watching the North in pretty much any situation. It's only very few situations where they actually would be moving away from it, indeed. Most of the time they are very fixated on North. Would there be just, you know, a field of nose pass, everyone to be staring due north? I mean, most likely, but interesting. Then if there would be like, it would be making sense, especially if like the magnet pull ability would be working outside of battle in this game, because I'm pretty sure it doesn't do anything in this game apart from making steel types not to be able to run away. But anyways, like if there would be more of those dudes that have magnet pull in like small area in an outbreak of sorts, for example. I would like it if some of them would be spinning because there's too many magnet pull Pokemon around it. I know that it's not a steel type, but still, you know. But still. I don't see why it couldn't be. Do you? Electric would have, as I said, I think I did mention it before, like electric would be also be working which nose pass quite nicely. It honestly wouldn't be that far-fetched considering that nowadays it's evolved with Thunderstone and it was in magnetic area. So, okay. Bombardier. Are you everywhere? You're not literally everywhere, but you're a little too much in here for my liking at the same time. Could be a little bit rarer Pokemon indeed. Anyways. Today with shiny hunting, have been seeing a bunch of Pokemons. Be continuing to be seeing Pokemons for at least the next 15 minutes. Indeed. Oh, hello there. Lovely to see you around here, Chandemouse. I have heard that a bunch of people are okay right now, or since the first part of the DLC did drop out, aka the Teal Mask. And they are willing to be hunting for the tree family Tandemos. Because before this point, it was impossible to isolate Tandemos apart from outbreaks. And you know, there's only a limited amount of Pokemons in outbreaks, so it's quite unlikely that you will be able to get the shiny the tree family one in the limited amount of dudes on the outbreaks, but since this area should be now an area where you can isolate Tandemos in, I've heard that some people are willing to do it because like they're like, I did already do the 3-segmented dance bar, so why not? And also that's the reason why more people have been doing and completing the called dance bars, because of the reasoning being that you can isolate them. Almost isolate them. It's only the dudes that you can be... Oh. The only dudes that you will be able to be seeing indeed is dance bars and the dance bars. Are the only ones that you will be able to see. So like it's easy to isolate indeed. Didn't mean to throw you out, but sure. Hello, how are you? Non-shiny. I see how it is. One day I will be able to get my shiny Wallaby. I mean, yeah, certainly at some point, but I don't know when I will actually be hunting for it, or will I just accidentally get it, you know? Those are two different things. I mean, I will say that I probably wouldn't be minding hunting it in other games than this. Lullaby, that is. Shall see, maybe. One day. Maybe one day it will be the case, indeed. There's been a bunch of lullabies lately. I have the boost still going on. Last time that I checked that. Not a dragon type. I don't think that there is ever going to be the case in Pokemon games that we get as unbalanced type as dragon used to be. I don't think so. Because the thing is that, you know, since it's a lot better now, because, you know, things have been done for several years at this point. And they don't tend to add new typings anyways, and I don't think that they would be changing any of the current type chart. I don't think they will be changing the current type chart for anything. My reasoning behind that is that because it works, and the only 2 times that I remember that there has been like drastic change to the type chart has been when there has been 2 types added. I mean, I would like to say that probably the ghosting would have been fixed anyways, even if like new types wouldn't have been added, considering that it was the intent that you can indeed be hurting psychic types with ghost types. But yeah, I think that would have still happened anyways. I don't think that that would be the kind of change that won't have been done, you know. Maybe. Never know. What if there wouldn't have been ever new types added to the games? There would be quite a good amount of Pokemons that wouldn't be Pokemons if that would be the case. Some would be missing 1 typing. Maybe adding another one or nothing at all. Imagine if there weren't ever new types added. Dragon still would probably be like a little bit broken. It would be still kind of broken indeed. And I don't think that there's really that much trouble with any of the dragon. It would probably be the only one that would be very bad if we wouldn't have been getting new types. I guess maybe psychic, but would be like also quite good. But then again, we did get like better ghost and bug types. It was just really the problem of, for whatever reason, Gen 1 not be having too many types of moves for different typings, which I find so weird. Why is there like only 1 dragon move that does damage? And with that fixated damage? Like, why? Scary. Anyways. But yeah. I mean, honestly, I will say as well that even if fairy wouldn't have been added to the games, only the first 2 new types would have been added. I think that steel would be broken as well. Not like in any like it is still a very good typing, but like considering that before fairy type was added, it was resisting 2 more moves if I remember, or 2 different types if I remember correctly. So you know it would have been even like worse in that. It is very interesting indeed. And honestly, it didn't really make sense why it did resist the 2 types that it did, so I'm very glad that it was changed. Because I don't think that I have personally heard like reasonable explanation for it that you know, would be making sense to me. I don't think so. I don't know, I know so, because I haven't heard a single explanation that makes sense to me. Why Steel should be resisting the 2 extra types that it did. As I said, thankfully, no more. Because Ghost and Dark, like, I don't get it. Don't get the reasoning behind that at all. There must have been a idea. Surely there must have been a idea. Like, why was done the way that it was? I will say though that if the Yangmo line would have been turning to be fighting types, it definitely would have been steel type. I know that some people say that it should have been. It shouldn't be. It should have been steel type to begin with. But then again, like, I don't mind that the base form is, you know, a one type, but like when it is, you know, evolved. Like when it's evolving, it just makes sense that it would be getting fighting type. More for the reason that it started to stand on 2 legs than anything else for me personally. But at the end of the day, I don't really mind it. Is it unfortunate that it's 4 times weak to fairy? Yes. Is there already dark dragon type that is also 4 times weak to fairy? Yes, there is. So like, it's not like that is the issue. Also, speaking of fairy, I think that Enormous, or whatever I think, the new part of the Genie trio, not the Weather trio, you know, the buff cloud dudes. I think it shouldn't have been having some type that would be super effective against all of them. Unfortunately, it's quite impossible for Landorus having the type combination that it is. Maybe it could have been Ice. Fairy Ice. Would have been a nice type to be having with more Pokemon, honestly. I mean, does it make sense the area that it's found in? No, but whatever. Can be switched to be found somewhere else, right? Definitely could have, indeed. But then again, there are sometimes the areas that the Pokemon appear make sense for their typing. Not really. Then again, that's the beauty of the game, isn't it? That's the beauty of the game, isn't it? Not everything makes sense, but in some shape or form, they do be there. And everything can make sense if you think hard enough about it. But then again, the opposite is true, that if you think too much about one thing, It does kind of make it to be unrealistic. It do be like that. Oh, young Mo. Where's your pink self? Need the cute little pink scales and everything. Absolutely love to see that little fella indeed. I mean, I can technically go just to my boxes, but it's not the same thing. How are you? Let's, I guess, make the last sandwich. I would like to say that the next time that I will be making sandwiches, I probably need to be getting maybe ingredients and stuff like that. I have a feeling like that. Like to say that indeed. Imagine if like adding to the like the sandwich minigame, there would be also a minigame for the shopping. Like you would only have a certain amount of time to like actually call them and purchase them and everything like that. Then like the time limit would be making sense. But then again, you know, children's game. It's not gonna be that hard at the end. No, it do be like what it do be. Be what it do be, you know, like that. Power fairy. It's catching power fairy. There's so many fairies around here. It's, by the way, insane. Look at the cool fairies. Speaking of fairies, I think that it doesn't make any sense at all, considering that Psychic in early generations was having a lot to do with space. It doesn't make sense to me that it doesn't make sense to me that that the dude is a dude. Oh boy, I can't think. It doesn't make too much sense to me that the Clefairy wasn't a part of Psychic type to begin with. Considering that it did have like a lot to do in the like pretty much when it was announced. It did have so many things to do with space. As I said, space was heavily in the minds of psychic types, so like why? But then again, it did get a fairy type in, so like it makes sense, but why couldn't it just be in psychic type? It's just weird that, like, you know, our two cute pink normal types from Gen 1, they both were normal originally, and both did get a fairy type, one to be added and one to be replacing. I mean, I don't mind it, but like, If it wouldn't be psychic type, then I think it wouldn't have been getting the fairy typing. I mean, I just think that because we have way too many psychic fairy types and it's kind of a boring typing soon to me. I understand it's a good typing and everything, but at the same time, too much is too much. I would like to be getting like more interesting typings. Would like that indeed. I don't think that we have too many psychic dark types. Those could be quite cool to see more of. And I still don't think that we have too many ghost psychic types either. That type combination definitely is more of a legendary thing. From what I remember, but we could be having more of those as well. So I would always love to see more not just locked for legendaries typings. I understand that some like are like that, but at the same time, like, it's a shame, if you ask me. Also, now that I think about it, Nosepass's Pokédex entry doesn't make any sense if it doesn't have magnet pull. Now that I think about it. Because it did say that it uses the magnetism to be pulling like metal things to it or whatever. Doesn't have magnet pull, it doesn't make too much sense. Of course, like, it's not meant to be quite literal, but still, it wouldn't be making that much sense. It makes more sense when it has magnet pull. It does indeed. I mean, I will say... Oh, thank you for the follow. I will say that I'm glad that I haven't found too many duplicates in here. I mean, the only little duplicate that I don't want in here is Mudbray. I'm very glad about it indeed. That's like the only one that I honestly don't want in here that I already have. I don't mind another Geodude, but at the same time, no thank you. Don't mind it at all. Timber. Oh, Yangmo, you still have like 20 minutes to show up. Oh boy. Will you do it though? It's not a question. Would absolutely love to see you. The very vibrant colors that you come. Also, I will go back to it again, like, since people don't like too much about Yangmo Shiny, I also haven't really heard too much of like what they would be changing of each. I mean, it is the case most of the time when people don't like certain shinies that they don't even like. say that what could be done with it, you know? Which is a shame because, like, it would be nice to know, like, what route you would have gone to, you know? It would be very nice to know. There has been few times that it has been, like, people have been saying that they don't like Pokemon Shiny, and then they have, like, kind of said their idea that what they would be doing with it. But I will say that most of the time they don't really work out in game. Like, they might work out, you know, in paper very well, but they might not be working as well on the games themselves. And I would like to say that more times than not, you will be finding your shiny Pokemon in the games. I would like to say that. Also, one thing I will say that I absolutely hate about people making like recolors of Pokemons, and then they go like, let's make it black, let's make it blue, kind of a thing. Yeah, like, I get it, they are cool colors and most Pokemons work with it, but at the same time, I wouldn't like shinies that much if like everyone would be blue. Like, imagine if every single Pokemon would be the same shiny coloring. How boring that would be. Like, I wouldn't personally like it. I like that even though they might be sometimes not the best choice, not the choice that I would have gone with, they are different. They're different indeed. They're meant to be different. They're meant to be, you know, they're Pokemon. Doesn't mean that they are always pretty, no. But I will say that is everything in real life pretty, no. Not everything in real life is pretty. And that is just the truth there. Because I will say that I don't mind those like recolorations for shinies that even though it doesn't necessarily like make sense like why it would be the color that they chose to, if they can like have some kind of background like why the color is there, you know, I think that would be quite nice in my opinion. Not just like throwing like colors together, like try to like make sense of the colors, you know. It would be quite nice indeed if you ask me. I would quite like that indeed. I just thought of something that could be quite cool. Imagine how cool it would be to be able to be getting a mark specifically for holidays in general. Not like one for every single holiday, but like have holidays for, or have a mark for holidays in general, as I said. I think that could be quite cool. Of course, it could be quite hard to do because, you know, what are they gonna be including and what not. That's like probably the main issue with it, you know. That's why like specific mark like birthday mark it works because you know you kind of set up your birthday to the game. You kind of do. Hmm. Oh yeah, doobie what it doobie though. And also because it's like overall the holiday, it is kind of hard, I guess, to be getting anything for each. I was maybe thinking that it could be like mark that would be like something to do with like chilling or something like that, like just you know being relaxing or something like that. I think that could work quite well. I think that could work quite well indeed. Oh god, thunderstorm. I mean, it has been a while since one has been eating, so quite fitting to be getting one towards the end as well, I guess. I just did hear from like the how loudly it started, how heavy the rain is. Interestingly, now there's a small change between the regular rain, like how dense it is. Of course, it makes sense because usually when it's a thunderstorm, it's basically worse rain. Basically. Not completely like that, but you know, basic idea do be. It's just more rain. That it was why it was so funny for me that I did get a thunderstorm that turned into regular rain and then back to thunderstorm. Love to see it like that, indeed. Let's go. Anyways, Yangmo, where are you? You should still be showing up. Hey, beach. We're still like almost 15 minutes even. I guess Yangmos, they might not be appreciating the rain, even though there is absolutely no reason why that should be the case. Or maybe they just don't like it. They just don't like it indeed. It's always, you know, an option. I would kind of wish though that the weathers wouldn't be almost only based on their typings, as they mostly are. I would wish that there would be like specific Pokemon that do certain things in rain. I won't say that all the Pokemons that do be affected by the weather, they don't make sense, but you know, still, do be what it do be, you know. Yep. Anyways. One found today. And of course by every minute it's gonna be less and less likely that we will be finding anything. Also today I probably did hear the funnest thing, but also so true thing. That we all age at the same pace. Like, of course we do, but at the same time, like, it's so stupid but funny. Which always, it kind of also reminds me that I always find it funny that, you know, there was the thing, like, I think I talked about it before, like, a long time ago. That people were surprised by adding up the year that it is. Or, yeah, adding your birth year plus your, like, how old you are, you'll be getting the year that it is currently. But I will say that it doesn't really work with dudes that are born late into the year. It only works for me like a month. It only works for me for a month indeed. It doesn't really work any further than that. But anyways, do be what it do be, you know? Do be what it do be, you know? Also cheese size difference. Pavel. Yeah, because like of course like it adds up, but at the same time as I said, it doesn't really work with people that are born late into the year. And it also doesn't really work if you don't remember how old you are, because that can happen sometimes. You just forget what, you know, how old are you? It usually happens for me though with other people, not myself, because like I remember how old I am. But yeah, for example, I'm always like mixed up like how old is my older brother? Or how old is my sister? I do remember my younger brother's age quite well because I guess because I was born already, but it doesn't really make that much sense, but I'd remember it. It's easier for me to remember that than the other two. But then again, does it really matter? No, because I will say that it doesn't honestly matter after a certain point what age you are. And it's just strange to me like how so many people are upset about the age that they are. I'm just like, yeah, I'm old, so that is unfortunately how it works. Because, you know, every year you get one more year of knowledge. Like, yeah, it do be what it do. Hello there, cat. I know it's very frustrating that you have been eating all of your food already today and you're still hungry. I know. You might be getting some ham later, I guess. Is indeed very much a possibility that you might be getting something like that soon. Oh, you're going there? Cool. Going behind the largest stuffed animal that we have. The only problem that I have with her going there is that I'm always afraid that, you know, since it is very big, does she have enough room to breathe and can she get out? Always a concern there, but I know that she does it to be getting attention because I usually say something about it, but I can't be bothered right now. I will be checking out the rest of the sandwich anyways, and then maybe if she's still there. Yangmo, how funny Pokemon you are. I will say, I want, even though I know it's gonna be a pain, I want to hunt you in at some point in Alola games, probably the Ultra ones. I want to hunt you in there because why not? You're such a cute little fella. It's just very difficult. As I said, understandable, it's a pseudo-legendary, but at the same time, why is it so hard? Why is it so hard, indeed? It shouldn't be that hard, in my opinion, to be finding. Like, it's already the thing that it's already in the end of the game, so, like, it's rare because of that. It's not available in too many areas. It doesn't need to be also, like, ridiculously rare. And also be one of the only Pokemons that can't call themselves in SOS battles. There's few other ones, but it's still like one of the only ones of that, which is very unfortunate. I'm not saying that Hagamo is bad shiny, but I just don't like it as much as I like Hangmo. Doesn't love the cute little fella. I absolutely love how it moves in this game. It doesn't look the most realistic, but then again it's a fictional creature, so how realistic can it be? But yeah, it is such a lovely way that it does. Runs and hops. Like a excited young dragon. It do be, you know. You be like that, huh? But yeah. Sandwich is unfortunately not gonna be on for too much longer today. Then indeed, unfortunately, the hunting will be done for today and for this year for the Destiny mark as well. But hey, did get one shiny in the 6 hours and about 20 minutes. So like not too bad. No, actually like closer to what, probably like actually 6 hours, but anyways. Not too bad at all. As I said, unfortunately not the mark that I would have liked to. Could have been increasing my chances by adding the... Earthworm, what are you doing? I'm gonna be natting my chances with that by using encounter power and sparkling power and tidal power, yes. But as I said, it just doesn't feel the same. Bloods, love it, hate it. I kind of do it both. I love it, but I also hate it. It's been. I was about to say that it has been a while since there has been only of the Yangmo kind. Of course, it's like I would like to say the guaranteed earthworm there. It's kind of like almost always there. But like, apart from that, it was for quite some time that there was only Yangmos. Don't mind it. Don't mind it at all. There we go. Hello, Hondower. Spinning, I would like to say that soon. It is unfortunately gone if it isn't already. I don't think that it's already because there's so many Yangmos. Well, I did get the target that I did want when I was hunting it. And no spaz. Shiny is a shiny at the end of the day. Might not be the thing that you're looking for, but you know, still a very nice shiny. Just stop freezing. Don't like it. Is it done? Please? I'll wait and see a few more Yangmos though. I'll wait and see a few more Yangmos if they want to show up relatively quickly. Honey. Could you destroy the tandem mouse, please? Excuse me. Would you destroy the tandem mouse? Thank you. Jeez. I'll be destroying the things that you want today. I still don't love how Sandslash do be moving. Be quite fitting for each. Gonna go ahead and go up here and see. There is a Yanmo waiting. And this area seems to, like, without a sandwich boost, to be the best area. I don't honestly be seeing them anyways. I would like to say that, yeah, it's not on. Gonna go away from there and go back and see if I would be able to see a few more. There's there. Let's bunch of those dudes. Of course, there is a bunch of them. Why wouldn't there be? One loves that dude. Oh, Yangmo. Unfortunately, no flying mouse, but shiny though. And I still me say there, I think I have a higher chance to be getting wallbeat in this game, so that's kind of cool. I honestly don't ever remember which way they go, but anyways. Oh, do be what it do be. Let's take a look at the dude though. Look at the funny little fella. You're not really facing north anymore, are you? There. I love the way it walks though. You'll be very fitting for the way it walks. Of course, remember always be saying that you go for something else and you get the thing that you're actually looking for. Oh, I think it's... Oh, it's just... It's too close. But yeah, let's evolve you. I don't know if I can evolve you when you're outside in this game or not. I would like to say that I have a Thunderstone. Yeah. Oh, I can. Nice. It moved. The very nice shiny you go into, and I don't know if it's better or worse. I quite like it. The little nose projectiles that you do be having. I love the eyes as well. I don't know if they change. Press radiates such powerful magnetic field that nearby electrical appliances are rendered useless. So you're saying that I can be using the phone that I'm using? Is that what you're trying to say to me? Oh, I automatically throw it out. Nice. I kind of want to be on the sun, though. Because you go for a little bit like... Oh, wrong button. You go for, like, when you evolve, you go for a little bit more of a... bronze look, not as, like, as yellow, I guess. It's not a bad one, it's just, you know, different. As they tend to be when they do be evolved, though. But yeah, thank you so much for watching and sticking around indeed. Hopefully we have a great rest of the day. Remember to take care of yourselves. Remember to do everything you need to do today. And remember to get enough rest as well. I'll see you guys tomorrow, I would like to say, with something. Until then, bye!